Welcome everyone to another super long iceberg video. I haven't done one of these in a while, but today we'll be talking about the many oddities relating to the ocean, ranging from things like the fact that our oceans are actually getting darker, to the more obscure such as a whale that calls at a frequency that possibly no other whale can hear. That's just two of the 150 plus entries we'll be getting into. Anyways, if you end up finding this video nice, make sure to consider liking and subscribing. It helps out a lot. So without further ado, let's get straight into the video with the first entry. Living Megalodon. The idea that Megalodon, the biggest predatory shark to have ever roamed the oceans, is still living comes from a handful of claims that are most often repeated. For example, one of the oldest examples comes from the HMS Challenger expedition in 1875, where two large teeth were reportedly brought up during deep sea exploration and said to be only 10,000 to 14,000 years old. If that dating were accurate though, it would place Megalodon far later than its commonly accepted extinction. But the same account also notes a major issue, that the teeth were said to look fresh because of manganese dioxide, which means their appearance may not reflect their true age and the dating could be misleading. Another often cited story is from 1918 when fishermen off Australia reportedly refused to go back out after something destroyed their gear and took their crayfish pots. They proceeded to describe a pale, enormous shark and compared its length to the wharf they stood on, giving a figure of 115 feet. Supporters argue that the fishermen were experienced and would not confuse a whale with the shark, and the fear response is treated as part of why the account stands out. And one more that I want to add that is similar appears in the 1960s when the captain of a 26-meter fishing boat reported seeing an unusually large shark, and the crew reportedly avoided speaking to the reporters. But yeah, you can see how these accounts kind of made it seem like there was something bigger going on. But when you compare these accounts to the fossil timeline, the gap is the key issue. Basically, teeth are the main evidence Megalodon leaves behind, and the Natural History Museum summarizes that Megalodon teeth show up in marine rocks up to about 3.6 million years old, with no reliably younger finds. Deep Sea Gigantism. Deep sea gigantism is the pattern where certain animals living far below the surface grow much larger than their close relatives in shallow water. The giant squid, the colossal squid, the giant isopod, the giant oarfish, and the Japanese spider crab are all examples of the same pattern playing out across completely unrelated species in the same environment. Several explanations have been proposed, and none has really been established as the true single utmost cause. For what we do know is that cold water slows metabolism, which may extend the lifespan and allow continuous growth over longer periods than warmer water animals experience. The absence of light also removes the energetic cost of producing pigmentation and visual apparatus, potentially redirecting resources toward body mass. Food scarcity in the deep sea may also favor larger body size, since larger animals can survive longer between meals and travel greater distances to find them. Pressure itself has also been suggested as a contributing factor, with some researchers proposing that the physical compression of deep water environments influences cell division and growth regulation in ways that aren't yet fully understood. There is also a thermoregulatory argument, being that larger bodies retain heat more efficiently, which matters in water just above freezing. Square tides. Square waves, also called cross seas, occur when two separate wave systems generated by different weather systems collide at roughly perpendicular angles, producing a grid-like checkerboard pattern on the ocean surface. From shore, they look almost impossibly geometric, the kind of pattern that doesn't seem like something water should be able to make. And also, the most famous location for the phenomenon is the Ile del Ré off the western coast of France, where the local geography creates conditions for it with enough regularity that it has become a tourist attraction, with visitors climbing the island's lighthouse specifically to watch from a safe distance. What makes square waves dangerous as well is what happens beneath the surface. The intersecting wave systems generate powerful, unpredictable rip currents that move in multiple directions simultaneously, making it nearly impossible to navigate out the way a standard rip current allows. Tongue-eating louse. The tongue-eating louse is a parasitic isopod that enters a fish through the gills as a male, attaches to the tongue, and if no female is already present, changes its sex and becomes female. It then severs the blood vessels in the tongue until the organ atrophies and falls off, at which point the louse attaches itself to the remaining stub and functions as a replacement tongue for the rest of the fish's life. The fish then continues to eat normally using the parasite in place of its own tissue, and the louse feeds on the fish's blood and mucus throughout this very arrangement. Immortal jellyfish. The immortal jellyfish is a small species no longer than a fingernail, first discovered in the Mediterranean in the 1880s. What makes it unusual wasn't observed until the 1990s, when researchers noticed that when the animal is physically damaged, starved, or exposed to environmental stress, it doesn't die. Instead, it actually reverts back to its earliest polyp stage and begins its life cycle over again from the beginning. The process, which is called transdifferentiation, involves the animal cells converting from one type to another, essentially reprogramming themselves rather than dying. It can repeat the cycle indefinitely under the right conditions, which is where the name comes from. In practice, most individuals are eaten or killed by disease long before old age becomes relevant, so immortality in the biological sense is more a theoretical ceiling than a practical reality for the animal. Davy Jones's locker. Davy Jones's locker is an old sailor's phrase for the bottom of the sea, treated as the place where people and ships end up when they're lost in wrecks or drown offshore. It basically works as a euphemism, meaning you can say someone has gone to Davy Jones's locker without spelling out death directly. Pinning down a single origin of the phrase is kinda difficult, however, because different explanations exist and none is really settled upon. What can be tracked more confidently is the phrase in print shows up in the early 1700s with an often cited appearance in a 1726 travel account, and it keeps resurfacing in later nautical writing. Misidentified whale carcasses. When a whale carcass breaks down at sea, it can lose the features people rely on to recognize an animal. The skin and blubber can separate into heavy, pale sheets, scavengers strip away anything that looks whale-like, and what's left can wash ashore as an unshaped mass that doesn't resemble a normal skeleton. That's the basic setup behind many globsters, a term used for unidentified organic blobs that later turn out again and again to be decomposed whale remains. A classic example of this is the 1896 St. Augustine monster in Florida. At the time, it was argued over as a strange creature because the remains looked like a huge formless body with no obvious bones. What changed the conversation, however, was later analysis of preserved material. Work discussed in the 1990s and later summaries describe lab testing that found the tissue was essentially collagen, matching whale tissue rather than an unknown animal, and later examinations essentially reinforced the whale identification. Milky Sea. A milky sea is a quite rare ocean event where the water gives off a steady, uniform white glow at night across a huge area, sometimes stretching to the horizon in every direction. Sailors have reported it for centuries, but it stayed hard to study because it can happen far offshore and doesn't show up like normal splashy bioluminescence. Instead of brief flashes caused by disturbed plankton, a milky sea can keep shining even when the surface is calm. The leading explanation is that the light comes from luminous bacteria in surface waters, especially bacteria discussed in connection with Vibrio species. The important detail too is how bacteria behave in large numbers. When their population gets dense enough, they can essentially switch on light production together through a process called quorum sensing, which is basically chemical communication that tells them they've reached a crowd size where glowing becomes possible. The Black Demon. The Black Demon is a name tied to reports of an unusually large, dark shark said to appear in the Sea of Cortez or the Gulf of California near Mexico's Baja Peninsula. In most retellings, it's described as looking like a great white but far bigger, with a body that reads almost black in the water and a set of jaws people describe as oversized and intimidating. Some eyewitness claims push the size into school bus territory, which is why the story keeps getting pulled into conversations about prehistoric sharks and sea monster scale predators. Also, kinda a big reason the Black Demon became widely known outside locals is that it was featured on the History Channel series Monster Quest in an episode titled Mega Jaws that aired March 18th, 2009. The episode investigated sightings of a shark that was reported at around 60 feet, framed as either a giant unknown species or a prehistoric survivor, with witnesses describing a black demon stalking the waters off Baja. And the details people emphasized tended to cluster around behavior rather than clear visuals. Accounts often describe the animal appearing suddenly near small boats, moving with enough presence to make people feel outmatched, then disappearing before anyone was able to get a clean, verifiable look. The main skeptical explanation is that large sharks can look much bigger than they are when they surface close to a boat, and dark water can flatten color and scale. Some writers point to misidentification of whale sharks or an unusually large known shark seen in poor lighting or rough conditions, especially since there's still no confirmed physical evidence of an unknown 50 to 60 foot plus predatory shark living there. Dead zones. Dead zones are areas of water where dissolved oxygen drops so low that many fish and bottom-dwelling animals can't survive there for long. Scientists usually call the condition hypoxia, and it most often builds when extra nutrients, especially nitrogen and phosphorus, wash into coastal waters from farms, cities, and wastewater. Those nutrients end up fueling large algae blooms, and when the algae die and sink, bacteria break them down and use up oxygen in the process. Whale fall. A whale fall is what happens when a whale dies and sinks to the deep sea floor, turning into a sudden concentrated food source in a place that normally only gets fed by small bits of material drifting down from above. In deep water, that one body can support a whole chain of life for a pretty long time, and the community around it changes in a fairly predictable sequence as different parts of the carcass get used up. Antikythera. In 1900, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera dropped to roughly 45 meters and ended up finding a Roman-era wreck scattered with cargo, including bronze statues and other valuables. Among the finds recovered in 1900 to 1901 was an encrusted lump of bronze and wood that didn't look like much until it cracked during handling and revealed gear teeth inside. That corroded lump is now known as the Antikythera mechanism, and what survives is not fully complete. However, from what we do have, research shows that the device was built to display repeating astronomical cycles with mechanical precision. a spiral calendar tied to a 19-year metonic cycle, and a second spiral dial built around the Saros cycle was used for predicting eclipses. Another small display tracked a 4-year cycle of major athletic games, meaning it would have been used for both practical scheduling as well as sky events. Brine pools. Brine pools are patches of extremely salty water that collect in hollows on the seafloor and behave like underwater lakes because the brine is much denser than normal seawater. Basically, instead of mixing, it settles and holds its shape, sometimes with a visible shoreline-like edge where clear seawater sits above it. The layer where normal seawater meets the brine can also act like a sharp chemical barrier. In many deep examples, the brine is low in oxygen and can contain high levels of chemicals like hydrogen sulfide and methane, which is why animals that drift into the pool often die quickly. Living dinosaur sightings. The category of living ocean dinosaur sightings covers a loose collection of accounts describing large, long-necked marine reptiles in open water, most frequently compared to plesiosaurs, which went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period 66 million years ago. The reports themselves come from enough different regions and time periods that they have been treated as a distinct cryptozoological category rather than isolated incidents. Most evidently, the most documented cluster comes from the Scottish Highlands around Loch Ness, though that is a freshwater case. The ocean equivalent has produced accounts from the open Atlantic, the Pacific coast of North America, and the waters around New Zealand and Australia. Kaz II. On April 20th, 2007, authorities boarded the vessel Kaz II about 88 nautical miles off Townsville, Queensland, after it had been reported adrift days earlier. What they ended up finding felt kinda wrong because so much was still mid-routine. The engine was running, a laptop was set up and on, and the cabin looked lived in rather than wrecked. Food and utensils were laid out, the radio and GPS were working, and the life jackets were still on board. Outside, there were a few details that didn't match the calm scene below deck. One sail had been badly shredded, and a small dinghy was still hoisted at the stern rather than missing or towing behind. The anchor was also up, meaning they hadn't stopped in a normal settled way either. Another detail that kept coming up was the absence of a life raft, though it was unclear whether one had ever been carried. A coroner's inquest in Townsville in 2008 couldn't be definitive about the exact moment things went wrong, but it leaned away from foul play and toward a fast chain reaction at sea, where one man likely ended up in the water and the other two followed in an attempt to help, with the boat continuing on without them. The report accepted that once separated from the vessel, survival time and search limits were brutally short. Frilled shark. The frilled shark is a deep water shark with features that make it look very different from the sharks most people picture. One of the easiest to miss details is that it has 6 pairs of long gill slits, and the first pair wraps partway around the throat, creating the ruffled frill that gave it its name. A lot of what's still obscure about this shark comes from how hard it is to observe. It's typically recorded from roughly 100 to 1,500 meters, with many records clustering deeper on the slope, which is why basic life history details are still debated. One example is pregnancy length, since a detailed review of embryo growth cites a commonly repeated estimate of about 3.5 years, while also noting that shorter estimates have been proposed in earlier literature. Black smokers. Black smokers are hydrothermal vents on the deep ocean floor that expel superheated water reaching temperatures of up to 400 degrees Celsius, loaded with dissolved minerals that precipitate on contact with the surrounding cold water and build up into towering chimney structures. The water itself doesn't boil despite the temperature because of the extreme pressure at depth. What made their discovery in 1977 genuinely significant was what was living around them. Entire ecosystems of tube worms, shrimp, crabs, and fish were thriving in complete darkness, with no connection to sunlight whatsoever, sustained entirely by chemosynthetic bacteria that extract energy from the chemical reactions between the vent fluid and seawater. It was the first ecosystem ever found that operates entirely independently of the sun, and it fundamentally changed the understood boundaries of where life can exist. Ningen. In modern Japanese folklore that formed online in the mid-2000s, the Ningen was described as an aquatic humanoid said to live in the subantarctic oceans around Antarctica. The story was commonly traced to a post made in 2007 on the Japanese forum 2channel. In that account, the crew of a whale-research ship off the Antarctic coast claimed they saw something large surface near their vessel. At first, they took it for a submarine because of how it looked in the water, then it vanished into the waves before they could get a clearer look. Around the same cluster of years, other pieces of apparent evidence were repeatedly brought up. A 2005 Google Earth image was circulated as a possible sighting near the Southern Ocean, though skeptics suggested it was more likely an iceberg or a beluga whale that happened to resemble a sea monster. Then in 2010, the Enoshima Aquarium posted a YouTube video of ocean life they observed, and some viewers pointed to a large object on the sea floor with what looked like small eyes and a slit-like mouth. The aquarium identified that object as an unusual rock formation shaped like a frog, with two sponges creating the eyes. Later, an unknown user posted underwater footage of a large humanoid sea creature that some people also linked to the Ningen. In the end though, none of the sightings or images were ever confirmed. Greenland Shark Age Limit. The Greenland shark is the longest lived vertebrate on the planet. Using radiocarbon dating of proteins in the islands, researchers have estimated some individuals to be over 400 years old, with one specimen estimated at around 512 years, meaning it was potentially alive before Shakespeare was even born. They grow at roughly 1 centimeter per year and don't reach sexual maturity until around 150 years of age. Almost nothing is known about how they achieve this longevity, and the genetic and biological mechanisms behind it are an active area of research with obvious implications for aging science. Maelstrom. A maelstrom is a powerful whirlpool formed when opposing tidal currents meet in a confined channel. The most famous example is the Moskströmmen off the Lofoten Islands in Norway, where tidal flows through a narrow strait between islands generate one of the strongest tidal currents on Earth, producing whirlpools large enough to have sunk vessels historically and violent enough to remain dangerous to small boats today. The Moskströmmen inspired Edgar Allan Poe's A Descent into the Maelstrom and contributed to centuries of maritime folklore describing whirlpools capable of pulling entire ships underwater. The reality is somewhat less dramatic than the legend, though the current remains genuinely hazardous and is still respected by local fishermen who time their passage carefully around the tidal cycle. Scuttling. Scuttling is the deliberate sinking of a ship, usually done by its own crew or owners when keeping it afloat becomes a risk, a liability, or a strategic problem. It can be as simple as opening seacocks and flood valves so water pours in, or as direct as damaging the hull to make flooding inevitable. Either way, the goal is controlled loss, with the ship going down on purpose rather than accident. The most well-known reason is wartime denial. If capture seems likely, crews have sometimes chosen to sink their own vessels rather than let an enemy seize them, study them, or turn them against their original side. One of the biggest mass examples happened after World War I when the interned German High Seas Fleet was scuttled at Scapa Flow on June 21, 1919. Of the ships held there, 52 went down within hours, making it one of the largest single-day losses of shipping on record, and it happened even though the war itself had already ended. Deadheads. Deadheads are waterlogged logs or heavy timbers that sit so low in the water that only a small portion may show above the surface, and sometimes they float nearly vertical. In that state, they stop behaving like normal driftwood. They can ride just at the waterline or slightly below it, then pop up and disappear again with the swell, which makes them difficult to pick out even in daylight. They form when wood has been in the water long enough to soak through, and as it saturates, it begins the slow process of sinking, but it can linger in that in-between zone for a long time. And the danger regarding deadheads is where the mass sits. A deadhead can have most of its bulk submerged, so the part you see is not the part you hit. Impacts tend to land low on the hull or into running gear, which is why deadheads show up so often in warnings about flotsam and hidden debris, especially after storms, spring runoff, or in areas connected to logging and river outflow. Pelican eel. The pelican eel is a deep-sea fish whose most distinctive feature is a mouth that can open wide enough to swallow prey larger than its own body. The lower jaw is loosely hinged and can expand into an enormous pouch resembling a pelican's bill, which is where the name comes from. It lives at depths of between 500 and 3,000 meters and produces bioluminescent light from the tip of its tail, thought to be used to lure prey into range. Despite its dramatic appearance, the pelican eel's teeth are small and its body is slender and fragile, suggesting it feeds on relatively small prey rather than the large animals its gape might imply. How it actually hunts in the wild has never been directly observed. Messages in bottles. Messages in bottles have been used for two very different reasons throughout history. On one side, they show up as personal last chance notes or long shot communication. On the other, they were used as simple science tools, tossed in the water to learn how currents move things across long distances. Some of the earliest references go back far before modern oceanography. A tradition repeated in historical summaries credits Theophrastus, writing in the ancient Greek world, with using sealed messages to test ideas about water movement in the Mediterranean. Much later, drift bottles became a more formal method. In the early 1900s, marine biologist George Parker Bitter and the Marine Biological Association released large numbers of bottles carrying postcards that asked finders to report where they landed, helping map North Sea currents using real recoveries rather than theory. Guinness World Records recognizes a message released on June 12, 1886 from the German ship Paula and recovered on January 21, 2018 in Western Australia, over 131 years later, tied to an ocean current and shipping route study run by the German Naval Observatory. Wolf eels. Wolf eels are not actually eels, but a species of wolffish found in the North Pacific from California to Alaska and across to Japan. They have a distinctive, deeply wrinkled face with powerful crushing jaws capable of breaking through sea urchins, clams, and crabs with no apparent difficulty, which gives them an appearance that has been described as somewhere between a bulldog and a gargoyle. Despite this, they are consistently reported by divers as one of the more docile and curious animals in their range, frequently approaching divers and in some documented cases, accepting food from human hands after repeated contact with the same individuals. They also mate for life and share a den, which is unusual among fish. Fog cities. Fog cities, more formally known as Fata Morgana, are optical phenomena that occur when a layer of warm air sits directly above cold air near the surface of the water, creating an atmospheric lens that bends light in ways that produce distorted, stacked, inverted images of objects on or near the horizon. Ships, coastlines, and icebergs can be stretched vertically, duplicated, or flipped upside down, sometimes producing what looks unmistakably like a skyline of towers or buildings floating above the water. The phenomenon has been proposed as an explanation for several historical ghost ship and phantom island sightings, including the Flying Dutchman, which is most frequently reported in the waters around the Cape of Good Hope, where the temperature conditions that produce Fata Morgana are common. USOs. USOs, short for unidentified submerged objects, are usually described as underwater things detected or seen in the ocean that can't be identified at the time. The term itself gets used in two different ways. In a practical Navy sense, USO can be a catch-all for sonar contacts that turn out to be whales, sharks, or other marine life that interfere with navigation and sonar work. In the cryptid and UFO world though, USO is used differently. It usually means an unknown object that seems to move underwater in a way people think doesn't match known animals or normal debris, sometimes described as transmedium, meaning it appears to move between air and sea. That idea shows up heavily in modern discussions around UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena, especially when people point to incidents near naval activity or footage interpreted as an object entering water. Cyclops shark. In 2011, a fisherman in the Gulf of California caught a pregnant bull shark and found a single-eyed albino fetus among the litter inside. The fetus had one large, centrally placed eye on the front of its face, a condition called cyclopia, a rare developmental abnormality that occurs across many vertebrate species. Photographs of it circulated widely online and were initially met with skepticism before marine biologists confirmed the specimen was genuine. Blue holes. Blue holes are underwater sinkholes found primarily in shallow coastal waters and island platforms, dropping suddenly from the seafloor into deep vertical caverns that can extend hundreds of meters straight down. They formed during the last ice age when sea levels were lower and the exposed limestone was carved out by rainwater. When sea levels rose, the caverns flooded. The Great Blue Hole off the coast of Belize is the most well-known, measuring around 300 meters across and 125 meters deep. When Jacques Cousteau visited it in 1971 and declared it one of the best diving sites in the world, it became a landmark. A 2018 expedition found that the bottom layer of the hole is completely anoxic, devoid of oxygen, preserving whatever sinks into it almost perfectly. Conch shells and the remains of organisms that ventured too deep were found largely intact on the floor. Google Earth anomalies. Google Earth has produced a reliable cycle of ocean anomalies since its public launch, where users scanning satellite imagery of the seafloor have flagged unusual formations that generate significant online speculation. The most discussed include the Baltic Sea anomaly, a circular formation discovered in 2011 that was eventually attributed to glacial activity, and the Yonaguni Monument off Japan, a stepped underwater rock formation whose natural or artificial origin remains debated. Also, a grid of what appeared to be city blocks on the Atlantic seafloor went viral in 2009 before Google confirmed it was an artifact of the data collection method used to map that area. Sleeping sperm whales. In 2008, a team of researchers off the coast of Chile encountered something that had never been documented before. A group of sperm whales were floating motionless at the surface, vertical and silent, arranged in a loose cluster with their heads pointing upward. When one of the team's boats accidentally nudged one of the animals, the entire group woke simultaneously and swam away. What the team had stumbled into was the first recorded observation of sperm whales sleeping. Subsequent research confirmed that sperm whales sleep in short bursts of around 10 to 15 minutes, spending roughly 7% of their time in this vertical near catatonic state just below or at the surface. They are among the shortest sleeping mammals on the planet. The discovery also raised the question of what happens to an animal that size when it's completely unresponsive at the surface. The whales appear to be deeply unconscious during these periods, and there have been documented cases of boats striking sleeping sperm whales that never reacted to the approach. NOAA Ocean Recordings. NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, has been operating a network of hydrophones across the world's oceans since the Cold War, originally deployed to track Soviet submarines. When the network was partially declassified and repurposed for oceanographic research in the 1990s, researchers began cataloging the sounds coming from the deep ocean and found significantly more than they expected. Several recordings produced during that period remain unidentified. The bloop, recorded in 1997, was loud enough to be picked up by sensors thousands of miles apart and was eventually attributed to Antarctic ice fracturing. Julia, recorded in 1999, was traced to a point near Cape Adair in Antarctica and likely has the same explanation. Slowdown, recorded in 1997, has occurred every year since its discovery with decreasing volume, suggesting whatever produces it is gradually diminishing. The whistle, also from 1997, was only picked up by a single hydrophone, making triangulation impossible. What the network made clear is that the deep ocean is not quiet. It is filled with biological, geological, and unidentified acoustic activity that was entirely unknown before the technology existed to record it, and the catalog of unexplained sounds has continued to grow with each passing year of monitoring. Siphonophore. Siphonophores are colonial organisms made of individual animals called zooids, each one a genetically identical clone that has developed into a specialist for a single function. Some handle propulsion, others digestion, others reproduction, and others defense. None of them can survive independently. The entire colony operates as a single coordinated animal despite being composed of what are technically separate organisms. The Portuguese man-o-war is the most familiar example, though most siphonophore species live in the deep sea and are rarely observed. Apolemia, the species filmed off Western Australia in 2020, reached an estimated 150 meters in length, making it the longest biological structure ever recorded. Some deep-sea species produce bioluminescence along their entire length, creating what appears to be a glowing rope drifting through the water column. Human negative buoyancy depth. The human body is naturally buoyant in seawater because of air in the lungs, but that changes with depth. As a free diver descends, the pressure compresses the air in the lungs progressively, reducing their volume and with it the body's buoyancy. At a certain point, typically somewhere between 10 and 30 meters, depending on the individual, the body crosses a threshold and becomes negatively buoyant, meaning it begins to sink on its own without any effort from the diver. Expert freedivers use this deliberately. Below the threshold, descent requires no energy, and divers can simply relax and fall toward the bottom. The threshold depth is also where nitrogen narcosis begins to become a factor, producing a state of euphoric disorientation that has been compared to intoxication and has contributed to a number of diving fatalities where divers lost the inclination to return to the surface. Coelacanth. The coelacanth was a creature known only from fossils and considered extinct for 65 million years until a fateful day in December of 1938 when a South African museum curator named Marjorie Courtney Latimer noticed an unusual fish among the catch of a local trawler and had it examined. It was a coelacanth, alive and largely unchanged from specimens in the fossil record dating back 400 million years. The fish has several features that set it apart from most living species. Its fins are mounted on fleshy, lobed appendages with an internal bone structure more similar to a limb than a standard fish fin, making it more closely related to lungfish and tetrapods than to most other fish. It also has a rostral organ in its snout that is thought to detect electrical fields, and a unique hinge in its skull that allows the front of the head to lift while the lower jaw drops, dramatically increasing the size of its gape. A second distinct species was discovered in Indonesian waters in 1997, suggesting the animal's range and population are actually larger than the initial discovery implied. Despite this, coelacanths remain extremely rare, deep-dwelling, and poorly understood, and no captive specimen has ever survived more than a few hours after being brought to the surface. The black carpet. The black carpet is a cryptid described in a thread on 4chan's paranormal board in 2020, posted by an anonymous user claiming to be a professional diver sharing stories and urban legends he had collected from other divers over his career. According to the account, the black carpet is a colony organism roughly a mile wide that crawls slowly across the deep seafloor, processing nutrients through millions of tiny feelers. It also has a single large appendage that hangs above it and can sting prey in a manner similar to a jellyfish. The post basically implied that the black carpet was the source of the bloop, the unidentified sound recorded by NOAA in 1997. However, the account is anonymous, unverifiable, and originated on a platform not known for credible sourcing. By the time the black carpet label became common, it was often discussed as an urban legend among divers. 52 Hz whale. The 52 Hz whale is an unidentified individual animal that has been tracked by NOAA hydrophones since 1989, calling at a frequency of 52 Hz. Every known whale species calls at significantly lower frequencies, blue whales between 10 and 40 Hz and fin whales around 20 Hz, meaning whatever is producing the signal is doing so at a pitch no other whale is known to use. The calls follow migration patterns consistent with a large baleen whale appearing seasonally and moving across the North Pacific in ways that suggest a healthy, active animal. No visual confirmation has ever been made. Whether it represents a malformed individual of a known species, a hybrid, or something else entirely has never been determined. It has been calling alone into an ocean where nothing else communicates at its frequency for over 35 years. SS Kuranda jellyfish. In January 1973, the Australian steamer Kuranda was making its way through the South Pacific toward Fiji when it collided with something in the water. According to the account, a jellyfish of extraordinary size wrapped itself around the bow of the ship, its bell covering the front of the vessel while tentacles trailed down both sides. The deck was reportedly buried under jellyfish material up to 2 feet deep. One crew member supposedly was stung and died from his injuries. The weight of the animal, estimated at around 20 tons, began pushing the ship nose down, and the captain sent out an SOS. A salvage tug arrived and used a high-pressure hose to clear the deck. Samples recovered were tentatively identified as lion's mane jellyfish. The lion's mane is the largest known jellyfish species, with tentacles documented at over 100 feet, but its bell diameter tops out at around 7 feet. Whatever the Kuranda encountered was described as being between 40 and 60 feet across, despite that count being cited repeatedly in cryptozoology literature since the 1990s. No original newspaper record, maritime log, or archival document confirming the incident has ever been located. A researcher who traced the story back through its sources found it originated in a 1977 book, with a claimed reference to colonial archives in Melbourne that the State Library of Victoria was unable to verify. IOLG. The Indian Ocean Geoid Low is a gravity anomaly sitting just south of the Indian subcontinent, covering an area of roughly 3 million square kilometers. It is the largest gravity anomaly on Earth, and within this region, gravity is measurably weaker than the global average, which causes the sea level there to sit up to 106 meters lower than it would otherwise be, a depression in the ocean surface large enough to be detectable from satellite measurements. It was discovered in 1948 during a ship-based gravity survey, but why it exists took considerably longer to address. A 2023 study using computer simulations and seismic data proposed that the anomaly is caused by a plume of unusually low-density material rising from deep in the mantle beneath the region, combined with the remnants of an ancient tectonic plate called the Tethys ocean floor that subducted under Asia millions of years ago, pulling denser material downward and leaving a deficit of mass beneath the Indian Ocean. The practical consequence of weaker gravity in that region is that the ocean surface genuinely sinks. The water isn't shallower, the gravitational pull holding it in place is simply less concentrated, allowing it to spread outward and drop relative to the surrounding ocean. Baltic Sea Anomaly. In 2011, Swedish treasure hunters using sonar imaging to search for shipwrecks on the floor of the Baltic Sea picked up an unusual circular formation sitting at a depth of around 90 meters. The object was roughly 60 meters in diameter with a distinct raised edge and what appeared to be a flat top, and a second smaller formation was found nearby. The shape was unlike anything the team had seen in years of seafloor surveying. Speculation ran immediately toward a sunken UFO, partly because the sonar image bore a passing resemblance to the Millennium Falcon, the fictional spacecraft from Star Wars, which the team themselves noted. Tabloid coverage amplified the story significantly before any physical investigation had taken place. When divers eventually reached the site, samples recovered from the formation turned out to be granite and sandstone. The current consensus is that the feature is a natural glacial formation produced when a glacier sitting on top of the rock slowly eroded and smoothed it over thousands of years as it melted. The team noted that electronic equipment also malfunctioned when placed directly over the formation, though this has been attributed to the high mineral content of the rock rather than anything anomalous. SS Orang Medan. In the late 1940s, Dutch and German newspapers carried accounts of a distress signal received from a ship called the Orang Medan somewhere in the Strait of Malacca. The signal spelled out in Morse code that the captain and crew were dead, followed by an indecipherable transmission and then silence. When rescue vessels boarded the ship, they found the entire crew dead, faces frozen and expressions of terror with arms outstretched, and no visible cause of death. Shortly after, a fire broke out in the cargo hold and the ship sank before it could be towed to port. No official record of the Orang Medan, though, has ever been confirmed. The vessel does not appear in Lloyd's shipping register, and no country has claimed it was registered under their flag, leading many researchers to conclude the story is an urban legend that circulated through post-war newspapers without a verifiable origin. Eel breeding ritual. European eels hatch in the Sargasso Sea, drift thousands of miles on Atlantic currents as transparent larvae, and spend decades maturing in European rivers before making the journey back to spawn and die. The The cycle covers up to 10,000 kilometers and was one of biology's longest standing mysteries. Aristotle couldn't explain where they came from. Then, in 1876, Sigmund Freud dissected over 400 eels searching for reproductive organs and found nothing. In 1923, Danish biologist Johannes Schmidt identified the Sargasso Sea as the likely spawning ground based on where the smallest larvae were concentrated. It remained circumstantial for nearly a century until 2022, when satellite-tagged eels were tracked making the journey there for the first time. No one has ever observed eels spawning in the wild, and no eggs have ever been found in the Sargasso. European eel populations have also declined by around 95% since the 1980s, meaning the full picture of the reproductive biology may never be documented before the species collapses further. Beebe's lost fish. Beebe's lost fish were a set of deep-sea animals William Beebe said he saw during his bathysphere dives off Bermuda in the early 1930s, then never saw again in any collected specimen. The setup mattered because the bathysphere was basically a tethered steel ball with a single viewing window, and Beebe's descriptions had to be made in real time from brief glimpses at depth, with no way to capture or preserve what passed the glass. One of the best known examples is what later writers call the giant dragonfish, which Beebe named Bathysphaera intacta after a dive on September 22, 1932. He described two fish at least 6 feet long that resembled barracudas, with jaws held open and a line of pale bluish lights strung down the body. If that description was accurate, it implied something far larger than the dragonfish people were familiar with, but it remained a sighting with no physical proof. Then, in 1934, he described another strange one he called the pallid sailfin, reported at 1,500 and 2,500 feet. The details that stuck were its sickly pale olive tone and the exaggerated sail effect of extended fins, paired with the reduced tail he compared to a button. Because nothing could be collected, the fish became tied to the artwork made from Beebe's notes, especially the paintings produced for his books, which gave these one-time sightings a fixed look even though they were never verified. Skeptics later argued that the conditions inside the bathysphere could have fooled the eye, including suggestions that window issues like condensation might have created misleading shapes and highlights. Supporters pointed out that Beebe wasn't alone in the sphere, but the central problem never changed, that no specimens were obtained, so the lost fish stayed unconfirmed end to end. Bimini Road. The Bimini Road is an underwater rock formation near North Bimini Island in the Bahamas, consisting of a roughly half-mile long arrangement of large rectangular limestone blocks sitting in around 5 meters of water. Its regular pavement-like appearance has generated persistent speculation since its discovery in 1968 that it represents the remains of an ancient road, harbor wall, or other man-made structure, with some connecting it to Atlantis. Geological analysis, however, has consistently pointed to a natural origin. The blocks are beach rock, a type of limestone that forms when carbonate sediment naturally cements together in layers, and beach rock is known to fracture along straight lines and right angles as it hardens and settles, producing formations that can look deliberately constructed. The blocks also match the underlying geology of the area. What keeps some debate open though is that Edgar Cayce, an American psychic, predicted in 1938 that evidence of Atlantis would be found near Bimini around 1968 or 1969, which is precisely when the formation was discovered by divers. Yonaguni. The Yonaguni Monument is a submerged rock formation off Yonaguni Island, the southernmost of Japan's Ryukyu Islands, sitting in relatively shallow water at around 25 to 26 meters deep. It entered public discussion after it was noticed by local diver Kiyachiro Aratake in 1986, and the first thing that made people fixate on it was its geometry. Divers describe broad, flat terraces and sharp-edged steps, and the main formation is often summarized as roughly 100 meters long, 60 meters wide, and about 25 meters tall. The argument split early. Marine geologist Masaki Kimura has claimed the structure includes intentionally shaped features and has suggested dates ranging from when sea levels were lower to a revised estimate of roughly 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, with tectonic activity later submerging it. Skeptics focus on what the rock is and how it breaks. Geologist Robert Schoch has argued the blocks and right angles can form naturally in layered sandstone that separates along bedding planes and fractures along regular joint sets, especially in an earthquake-prone region. In that view, the terraces and straight edges are a convincing illusion created by geology, erosion, and collapse rather than cutting and construction. A practical detail often overlooked is that Japanese authorities have not treated it as a recognized cultural site, and there's no agreed archaeological evidence tied to it. Cannibalism adrift. Cannibalism adrift is the term usually used for rare survival cases where shipwrecked crews, cut off from food and water for long periods, turn to extreme measures to stay alive. These stories often get repeated like folklore, but a few are anchored to specific details, ships, and official reporting. One of the most cited examples is the wreck of the French frigate Méduse in July 1816. After the ship ran aground off what is now Mauritania, a large group was set adrift on a hastily built raft, and only 15 survived to be rescued days later, with later accounts describing starvation and cannibalism during the ordeal. Another is the American whale ship Essex, sunk after being rammed by a sperm whale on November 20th of 1820. The crew basically escaped in small boats and drifted for months, and only 8 of the 10 were ultimately rescued, and reputable summaries note the situation deteriorated into cannibalism. By 1884, the subject even reached a famous English courtroom after the yacht Mignonette sank, and survivors were later prosecuted in R.V. Dudley and Stevens, a case that helped establish that necessity is not a legal defense for murder, even in survival at sea scenarios. Skeptics of the more sensational retellings usually point to the same issue. Outside a handful of well-documented incidents, many adrift cannibalism stories can't be confirmed end to end. U-28 creature. On July 30th, 1915, during World War I, the German submarine SM U-28 torpedoed the British cargo steamer SS Iberian in the southwestern approaches, about 9 nautical miles southwest of Fastnet Rock, Ireland. The U-boat's commander, Freiherr Georg Gunther von Forstner, later described the ship sinking quickly, stern first, with the bow sticking up and the hull nearly vertical as it went down. The strange part of the report comes immediately after the sinking. Forstner wrote that the wreckage stayed under for roughly 25 seconds, then a powerful underwater explosion followed, described as most likely the ship's boiler going. Debris was thrown up to about 80 feet above the surface. In the same moment, he claimed something else came up with the wreckage, a large sea animal estimated around 60 feet long. He described it as crocodile-like, with 4 limbs ending in large webbed feet, along with a long tapered head and a long tapered tail. He said it was visible for only 10 to 15 seconds before dropping back under and disappearing. No physical evidence ever came from the incident, and the creature description survives as a brief dramatic observation attached to a single sinking event. USS Cyclops. The USS Cyclops was a 540-foot Navy collier carrying 309 crew and passengers and a full load of manganese ore when it disappeared somewhere between Barbados and Baltimore in March 1918. No distress signal was ever sent, no wreckage was ever found, and no bodies were ever recovered. It remains the single largest loss of life in US Navy history outside of combat. The ship was last seen departing Barbados on March 4th. It never arrived. A search turned up nothing. The manganese ore it was carrying is significantly denser than coal, which has led some researchers to suggest the cargo shifted or the ship was simply overloaded, causing it to founder suddenly without time to send a distress call. The Cyclops was also known to have a malfunctioning engine, and a commander officer, Lieutenant Commander George Worley, whose behavior had been described as erratic and who was later suspected of having German sympathies during a period when the US was at war with Germany. None of the proposed explanations have ever been confirmed though. Two sister ships, the Proteus and the Nereus, disappeared in the same general area in 1941 under similar circumstances, both carrying heavy metal ore and both vanishing without a trace. The Call of the Deep. The Call of the Deep is more commonly known among divers as nitrogen narcosis, also nicknamed the Rapture of the Deep or the Martini effect. It happens when a diver breathes compressed air at depth and the partial pressure of nitrogen becomes high enough to have an anesthetic-like effect on the brain and nervous system. Many references place the point where it becomes noticeably risky at around 30 meters or 100 feet on air, though it can vary from person to person and even from dive to dive. What makes it actually dangerous is that it can actually feel good at first. Divers may feel euphoric, calm, or overconfident while their judgment and concentration drop in the background. That's where the bad decisions creep in, like ignoring time and depth, mishandling gear, or getting fixated on continuing deeper. The driver's alert network, Dan, notes the mood swing can go either way, from euphoria to fear and insecurity, and that the impairment is what makes it hazardous in an environment where small mistakes really matter. Several factors can make narcosis even worse, including stress, cold, fatigue, heavy work, and carbon dioxide retention, which can amplify mental fog and poor decision-making at depth. The practical detail drivers rely on is that narcosis is reversible. The standard response is simple: ascend to a shallower depth, and symptoms typically clear within minutes once the pressure drops. Malpelo Monster. Off the coast of Colombia, roughly 285 miles into the Pacific, sits the remote Isla de Malpelo, a protected marine park with almost no permanent human presence. Divers visiting the island began reporting encounters with a large, unfamiliar shark that didn't match any known species in the region. Locals nicknamed it Bongo, others called it El Monstro. It was estimated around 15 feet, had unusually large eyes, and a dorsal fin positioned forward above the pectoral fins, a placement inconsistent with any shark species known to inhabit those waters. It preferred cold water below the thermocline, appearing only at depth. Colombian biologist Sandra Besudo launched a formal investigation in 2001 after encountering the animal herself on a routine dive. The closest known candidates were sand tiger sharks, which don't inhabit the eastern Pacific, and the small-toothed sand tiger, which had been recorded off Baja California but was smaller and had different features. Then in 2025, during a Discovery Shark Week special, Besudo and her team finally tagged one of the sharks and reviewed the data. The animal was confirmed as a small-toothed sand tiger, a species not previously documented around Malpelo, and notably larger than specimens found elsewhere, which had made identification difficult for over 2 decades. Beichimo. Beichimo began as a standard cargo steamer launched in 1914 in Gothenburg, Sweden, under the name Angermanälven, before ending up in Hudson's Bay Company service after World War I and being renamed Beichimo in 1921. For years, it ran Arctic supply routes, trading provisions for furs along the northern Canadian coast. The disappearance that made it famous happened in October 1931 near Point Barrow, Alaska. Beichimo became trapped in pack ice during a trading run loaded with furs. The crew briefly left the ship for shelter and came back to find it had broken free, only for it to be caught again more solidly. Then, on October 15th, an aircraft evacuated most of the crew while a smaller group stayed behind and built a shelter on the ice to wait it out. Then a blizzard hit on November 24th, and when it cleared, the ship was simply gone. Days later, an Inuk seal hunter reported seeing Beichimo about 45 miles away. The remaining men tracked it down, pulled out the most valuable furs, and abandoned it for good, assuming it wouldn't survive the winter. But it did. Over the next decades, it was repeatedly sighted drifting or frozen in ice, including reports of people boarding it, until the last widely cited sighting in 1969, when it was seen stuck fast in Beaufort sea pack ice between Point Barrow and Icy Cape. Its final fate was never confirmed. Floridian marine reptiles. Floridian marine reptiles is a loose name used for a handful of sea monster-style reports tied to waters off Florida. The creature is usually described as crocodile-headed with two flippers and a tail that gets compared to a trident, which is why it ends up grouped with other marine reptile cryptids from the southeastern US, like Altamaha. One of the most shared supposed proof images tied to the claim was later explained in a much simpler way as the tail of an injured manatee that had been hit by a boat. With no specimen and no consistent checkable sighting record, the Florida marine reptile idea stayed unconfirmed. Ghost boat refugees. Ghost boat refugees is a label people use for migrant or refugee boats that are found drifting with no one alive on board, or with survivors too weak to steer. What keeps these cases so unsettling is how ordinary the start can be, followed by silence once an engine fails, food runs out, or the boat is simply pushed off course by wind and current. One widely reported example of boats left adrift happened during the Southeast Asian boat crisis in May 2015, when Rohingya and Bangladeshi migrants were stranded in the Andaman Sea as regional authorities turned boats away or delayed rescue. More recently, the term has been used for Atlantic crossings that went wrong. In August 2024, Dominican authorities reported an abandoned boat carrying 14 sets of remains, with documents indicating the victims were from Senegal and Mauritania. Across all of these, the common thread is simple. Once a small craft loses power and drifts beyond busy shipping lanes, it can vanish for weeks or months, and what's found later is often all that's left of the journey. Underwater geoglyphs. Underwater geoglyphs usually refers to patterns on a lake bed or shallow seafloor that look like deliberate symbols when seen from above, especially in drone shots. A lot of the most viral examples fall into a familiar loop. Someone posts a clean aerial image, the shape gets labeled as ancient rock art, and the caption spreads faster than any real investigation. A good example is the widely shared underwater petroglyph image from Canada that circulated for years online. The problem though is that the photo's claim doesn't hold up once you track it down. A detailed debunking pointed out that the image was being reposted with a false story attached, with no credible archaeological context, no confirmed location details that matched the claims, and no supporting documentation that would normally exist if a major submerged rock carving had actually been discovered. That's why most underwater geoglyph claims end up stuck in the same place. Without a documented survey, dating, or an excavation record, they stay unconfirmed, even if the pattern itself is real on the bottom. Tully monstrum. Tully monstrum, better known as the Tully monster, was a soft-bodied animal preserved in the Mason Creek fossil beds in Illinois, and it became famous because nobody could agree what it was supposed to be. Amateur fossil hunter Francis Tully found it in the late 1950s, and the fossils showed a narrow body with a long proboscis ending in a claw-like structure lined with small teeth, plus a bar across the head with round eye spots on the ends. And the fossils showed a narrow body with a long proboscis ending in a claw-like structure lined with small teeth, plus a bar across the head with round eye spots on the ends. For decades, it was treated as an unsolved classification problem. Then, in 2016, two studies argued it was a vertebrate, comparing features to jawless fish like lampreys. In 2017, and again in later work, other researchers pushed back, saying key vertebrate markers didn't hold up and that some structures were being overinterpreted from flattened fossils. That's what keeps it interesting, since the fossils are real and detailed, but the animal's place on the tree of life is still debated rather than fully settled. Sonar environmental impact. Sonar's environmental impact depends on the type of sonar and how, when, and where it's used. The main concern is that active sonar adds loud, structured sound into water where many animals rely on hearing to find food, navigate, and stay together. With military mid-frequency active sonar, controlled exposure studies have shown measurable behavioral changes in whales, including avoidance and disrupted foraging behavior in some cases. The most sensitive cases involve deep-diving beaked whales. After a well-known 2000 Bahamas event, the US government concluded that mid-frequency active sonar use was a casual factor in that mass stranding, and subsequent research has supported a mechanism where sonar can trigger strong avoidance and alter dive patterns that increase risk. NOAA has also noted that in places where sonar is rare, beaked whales may respond strongly even to distant sonar, which matters because novelty can increase reaction. On the other side, it's also true that strandings can have many causes, and not every stranding cluster is linked to sonar or any single sound source. Investigations sometimes point to a mix of biological and environmental factors rather than acoustic disturbance. That's why modern regulation leans heavily on mitigation instead of arguing sonar is always or never harmful. US Navy authorizations typically include time area planning, train observers, and delay/shutdown rules if marine mammals are detected in mitigation zones, and NOAA updates technical guidance used to assess and manage risk. Ara San Juan. On November 15, 2017, the Argentine submarine Ara San Juan sent its last communication while returning to its home port of Mar del Plata after a training exercise near Tierra del Fuego. The commanding officer reported that rough seas had pushed water through the snorkel, causing a short circuit and fire in the forward battery compartment. The crew got it under control. That was the last anyone heard from them. Within hours, hydroacoustic sensors detected an underwater implosion near the submarine's last known position. Two CTBTO stations, one on Ascension Island and one on Crozet Island, had both picked up the signal, though because the system was designed to detect nuclear explosions, the smaller signature initially went unregistered. Ships, aircraft, and submarines from multiple nations swept nearly 500,000 square kilometers. After 15 days, the Argentine Navy downgraded the operation from rescue to wreckage recovery. The wreck was found exactly 1 year later by a private maritime company at 907 meters depth. The pressure hull completely imploded and debris scattered across 8,000 square meters. Investigators pointed to a faulty ventilation valve that allowed water into the battery tanks, triggering hydrogen buildup that ended everything in seconds. The 44 crew members were never recovered. High Aim 6. The High Aim 6 was a ship that left the port of Liuqiu in southern Taiwan on October 31, 2002, and was found drifting without its crew on Australian waters on January 8, 2003. The hold was full of rotting fish, fuel and provisions were mostly untouched, and the crew's personal belongings were still on board. The engine was running at full throttle, yet the main gas tank had been emptied while the auxiliary tanks sat completely full and unused. What separates this from your average ghost ship story is what investigators found afterward. Local calls were still being made from Indonesia using the cell phone belonging to the ship's engineer well after the boat had already been discovered. Someone was alive and using a dead man's phone. Eventually though, one crew member was tracked down and the mystery became something grimmer than the supernatural. He admitted that the captain and engineer had both been killed on December 8th, though he never gave a clear explanation as to why. The rest of the crew scattered and was never found. Loki's Castle. Loki's castle is a field of 5 active hydrothermal vents sitting roughly 2,300 meters deep on the Arctic mid-ocean ridge between Greenland and Norway. It was discovered in 2008, and the name came from its shape reminding the discoverers of a fantasy castle, with the trickster god feeling like an appropriate namesake for something so difficult to locate. The 5 chimneys vent water as hot as 320 degrees Celsius and sit on a vast mound of sulfide minerals about 251 meters in diameter at the base. They're covered in thick mats of white bacteria feeding off expelled minerals, while older inactive chimneys have turned red from oxidized iron. The fluid coming out carries unusually high concentrations of hydrogen, methane, and hydrocarbons, pointing to the thermal breakdown of buried organic matter deep beneath the seafloor. Ancient organic material essentially being cooked and pushed up through the vents. The most significant discovery here wasn't really the vents themselves, but what was living in them. A microorganism found at the site was distinct enough that scientists named an entirely new branch of life after it, Loki archaeota. Its discovery reshuffled long-held assumptions about the evolutionary origins of complex life, suggesting that the ancestor of all complex cells on Earth, including human cells, may have looked something like what's crawling around the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. More than 10 species found at Loki's castle are still awaiting formal scientific description. SS Warata. On only her second voyage in July 1909, the SS Warata vanished somewhere between Durban and Cape Town with 211 passengers and crew aboard. She was last confirmed sighted the following morning by passenger steamer as the weather began to turn. A mounted rifleman watching from shore recorded in his diary that he saw a ship matching her description struggle through heavy seas before a following wave rolled over her and she disappeared from view entirely. He didn't come forward with the account until 1929. Passengers from her maiden voyage had already raised concerns about the ship's stability. They testified that she felt unstable even in calm weather, frequently listing to one side and taking an unusually long time to right herself after heeling into a swell. She was also carrying over 1,000 tons of lead concentrate, which under the right conditions can liquefy and shift, throwing a ship's balance catastrophically off. Her owners claimed she was carrying only a third of her load capacity, though Australian manifests and witness accounts disproved this entirely. To this day, no trace of the ship has ever been conclusively found, and decades of search expeditions have turned up nothing. Red Seas. Red tide is what happens when microscopic algae multiply so rapidly and so densely that they turn entire stretches of ocean a deep reddish brown. Red tide is what happens when microscopic algae multiply so rapidly and so densely that they turn entire stretches of ocean a deep reddish brown. The Red Sea itself actually takes its name from periodic blooms of a blue-green algae, which turns the normally vivid blue water a reddish brown when the algae die off and spread across the surface. The visual is strange enough on its own, but the consequences are far worse. The toxins produced during a bloom can deplete the water of dissolved oxygen, creating dead zones where fish die en masse, leaving the ocean surface covered in floating carcasses as far as the eye can see. It's unknown why these toxins are produced in the first place, though they accumulate up the food chain, meaning that fish and krill eat the algae unaffected while the toxins concentrate to lethal levels in the animals that eat them. Humans who eat contaminated shellfish during a bloom can develop paralytic shellfish poisoning, which in severe cases is fatal. In a 1996 bloom off Florida, 140 manatees died, and during one that lasted from 1987 to 1988, over 740 bottlenose dolphins were killed after eating contaminated fish. Red tides off Florida have been known to last up to 18 months at a time, and they're becoming more frequent. Warmer ocean temperatures and agricultural runoff are essentially accelerating the process, turning an ancient natural phenomenon into something increasingly hard to contain. Independent octopus arm. An octopus has more neurons distributed across its 8 arms than it does in its brain. Each arm essentially operates as its own processing unit, capable of reaching, grasping, and reacting to its environment without any input from the central brain. Severed octopus arms have been observed responding to stimuli for up to an hour after being cut off, reaching and even attempting to move food toward a mouth that is no longer there. The arms also have a chemical self-recognition system that stops them from grabbing each other. Researchers found that the suckers on a freshly amputated arm will never attach to another arm on instinct, and when octopuses were presented with a severed arm from another octopus, they would explore it normally, sometimes eating it entirely. When they sensed their own severed arm, however, they typically avoided it, suggesting that octopuses may generate a sense of self not through vision, but through chemical cues on their skin. 18-foot tuna. In 2012, footage from a remotely operated underwater vehicle in the Gulf of Mexico started circulating online, showing a massive fish drifting past an oil rig over a mile beneath the surface. The video's title claimed the tuna was 18 feet long, with a size estimate based on a white pipe visible in the background that was allegedly 4 feet wide. The largest bluefin tuna ever officially recorded weighed 679 kilograms and measured 3.84 meters, just over 12 feet long. An 18-foot specimen would shatter that entirely and likely weigh well over 1,000 pounds beyond the current record. Many observers felt that while the tuna in the video was undoubtedly large, the 18-foot claim was nothing more than a fish story, with more careful estimates putting it closer to 14 to 16 feet. Even at the conservative end of that estimate, it would still be one of the largest tuna ever documented on camera. Underwater ghost sightings. Divers have a long history of reporting things underwater that don't have a clean explanation. In 2012, a group of scuba divers off the coast of Santa Monica reported seeing another diver with a pink tank near the bottom of a blue hole. As they swam closer, it vanished. A similar account came from divers in the Grenadines who watched a figure in a white shirt wave at them as it passed by. When they returned to the boat, nobody in the group had been wearing a white shirt or seen anyone matching the description. But the most commonly reported haunted dive sites tend to be shipwrecks, which makes a certain kind of sense. Divers exploring the RMS Rhone in the British Virgin Islands have reported seeing people frantically swimming for the surface wearing no dive gear, a ship that went down in an 1867 hurricane with the boilers exploding on impact. At the USS Yorktown, divers have reported seeing misty ghost ships sailing toward them, only for the vision to disappear entirely. The rational explanation given, though, is that pressure, darkness, and the physical effects of being submerged can distort perception in ways that are hard to predict. Refraction of light, disturbances in the water, and even the effects of pressure on the human body can create sensations and illusions that are easy to interpret as something else entirely. Whether that fully accounts for what people are seeing, though, is another question. The Zebrina. On October 1917, with World War I still raging across Europe, the Zebrina set sail from Falmouth, England, carrying a cargo of coal to Saint-Brieuc in France. It was a short, routine trip she had made several times before. 2 days later, French coast guards found her aground south of Cherbourg with the table set for breakfast, some disarrangement of the sails, and the last entry in the captain's log simply noting the date she had left Falmouth. All 5 crew members were gone. The most obvious explanation was a German U-boat. Common German practice was to allow merchant crews to board lifeboats or the U-boat itself before sinking the target, but several things made that theory fall apart quickly. The ship was completely undamaged, the valuable cargo was untouched, and crucially, U-boat captains always took the ship's log as proof of a kill. The log was still there. After the war ended, German officials stated there was no record of any attack on the Zebrina and confirmed the case was just as mysterious to them as it was to the Allies. The other theory is far less dramatic but arguably harder to dismiss, that the crew were washed overboard together during a sudden squall, leaving the ship to drift and eventually run aground on her own. The fate of the crewmen, though, remains a mystery. The Sabrina herself was eventually repurposed as a houseboat and destroyed by fire in 1953. Remora. The Remora's name actually comes from the Latin word for a hindrance, which kinda tells you everything about how people used to think of them. Basically, they're long, flat fish that attach themselves to sharks, rays, whales, and occasionally even divers, using a modified dorsal fin on top of their heads that functions essentially as a biological suction cup. The fin has a soft outer lip for suction and linear rows of rough tissue that create friction, not unlike a suction cup pressed against a window. The arrangement looks parasitic but isn't quite. Remoras gain transportation across vast distances without expending energy, protection from predators, and access to feeding opportunities, while the host appears to experience minimal negative effects. In some cases, the remora actively helps, eating parasites off the host's skin. They've even been documented following whale sharks down to depths of 1,460 meters, surviving pressure and temperature conditions that the fish has no obvious psychological reason to be able to handle. How they manage that is still not fully understood. Remoras are also able to memorize their previous attachment locations through touch receptors in their suction discs, returning to the same spot on the same animal. Dolphins have been observed leaping out of the water and spinning in the air specifically to shake them off. Sharks, for the most part, don't seem to bother. Stronsay Monster. On the morning of September 25, 1808, a fisherman off the coast of Stronsay in the Orkney Islands spotted seabirds circling something on the rocks. When he got close enough to look, he found a carcass unlike anything he or anyone else on the island had seen before. It had a serpent-like body, a long neck, and 3 pairs of legs. 10 days later, another storm pushed it ashore where it could be properly examined. It measured 55 feet in length, with the neck alone stretching over 10 feet. Part of the tail was missing, suggesting it may have been even longer. Its fins were edged with bristles, and those bristles glowed in the dark when wet. The Natural History Society of Edinburgh couldn't identify it and recorded it as a new species of sea serpent. A London anatomist later dismissed that entirely, insisting it was simply a decomposing basking shark. Physical remains, including vertebrae and bristles, were preserved and sent to Edinburgh, though the skull was later destroyed in the Blitz, and several other samples have since been reported as misplaced by the museum holding them. Venus flytrap anemone. The Venus flytrap sea anemone looks and acts a lot like the land plant it's named after, but it's actually an animal. It sits on the seafloor anywhere between 200 and several thousand meters down, extending 2 rows of tentacles outward and waiting for something to drift into range, at which point it snaps shut and injects a paralyzing toxin. It orients itself to face the current, essentially using the ocean itself to deliver food to it. The thing that makes it genuinely strange is how well it thrives in an environment where almost nothing else can. Researchers studying its genome found that it has undergone chromosome fusion, reducing its chromosome count from the typical 14 to 18 found in most sea anemones down to just 11, which is believed to be an energy-saving adaptation to the extreme food scarcity of the deep ocean. Its genes related to muscle contraction and fast nerve transmission have also evolved specifically to help it snap shut faster, which in an environment where meals are rare makes the difference between surviving and starving. They've also been found colonizing man-made underwater infrastructure, attaching themselves to deep-sea cables and research equipment on the ocean floor, which suggests they're considerably more adaptable than most deep-sea creatures. It's a plant that isn't a plant, sitting in total darkness thousands of meters down, catching food on currents it positioned itself to intercept. Vampire squid. So the vampire squid is neither really a true squid nor a true octopus, but the last surviving member of an ancient order of cephalopods that branched off from both groups hundreds of millions of years ago. When it was first collected in 1903, researchers mistook it for an octopus entirely. It lives in the oxygen minimum zone, where oxygen saturation drops so low that most complex organisms simply cannot survive aerobic metabolism. To deal with that, its blood carries oxygen far more efficiently than any other cephalopod, and its metabolic rate is the lowest of any animal in its class. It barely moves, barely eats, and barely breathes, and it thrives on it. Despite the name, it isn't a predator at all. It feeds almost entirely on marine snow, the slow drift of dead plankton, fecal matter, and mucus that falls from the upper ocean down into the dark, collecting it with two long sticky filaments it trails through the water. When threatened, it inverts its webbed arms over its body to expose rows of spikes, and if that doesn't work, it releases a cloud of bioluminescent mucus into the darkness to confuse whatever is chasing it. Its red skin, which would normally be a liability, appears completely black at depth because red wavelengths of light don't reach that far down, making it essentially invisible. Altonin antenna. In August 1964, the research vessel USNS Altonin was photographing the seafloor west of Cape Horn at nearly 13,000 feet when its camera picked up something that had no business being there. Rising from the seabed was a tall, symmetrical structure with a central spine and evenly spaced crossbars, standing completely upright where pressure exceeds 5,600 pounds per square inch. It looked deliberately placed. The photo first appeared in the New Zealand Herald under the headline "Puzzle Picture from Seabed," and speculation ran for years. A writer for Saga magazine in 1968 described it as machinery resembling a cross between a TV antenna and a telemetry device. UFO theorists built entire frameworks around the idea of an extraterrestrial monitoring station. The answer to it all, though, came in a 1971 book that went largely unnoticed outside marine biology circles until 2003. The object was identified as a rarely seen deepwater carnivorous sponge called Cladorhiza concrescens, first formally described in 1888, meaning the species had been known to science for 76 years before anyone on the Altonin recognized it. Sargasso Sea. The Sargasso Sea is the only body of water on Earth that has no coastline. Rather than being defined by land boundaries, it's entirely surrounded by four ocean currents: the Gulf Stream, the North Atlantic Current, the Canary Current, and the North Atlantic Equatorial Current, which form a slow clockwise gyre that keeps everything inside it essentially trapped. Debris that gets in rarely gets out, and the same goes for ships that lost their wind. When Christopher Columbus sailed through it in 1492, his crew became convinced they were near land after spotting the thick mats of golden sargassum seaweed floating across the surface, not anticipating that seaweed could exist hundreds of miles from any shore in water thousands of fathoms deep. Spanish sailors later called it the horse latitudes because ships regularly became becalmed there and were forced to throw livestock overboard to survive. The sea then earned a darker reputation over the centuries as ghost ships kept turning up inside it with no crew. In 1840, the London Times reported a deserted tall ship found drifting through its waters. In 1881, an American schooner came across an unknown vessel under full sail with nobody on board. The Mary Celeste, one of the most famous ghost ship cases in history, was found not far from its edges. Orbs. In August 2023, a NOAA remotely operated vehicle was mapping the seafloor in the Gulf of Alaska when it came across something nobody on the team could immediately explain. About 2 miles beneath the surface, tightly adhered to a rock among white sponges, sat a smooth golden orb roughly 4 inches across with a small hole near its base. During the live stream of the dive, researchers cycled through theories in real time, suggesting it could be a dead sponge, a coral, or an egg casing from an unknown species. One of them said it looked like the beginning of a horror movie. They collected it with a suction sampler and brought it to the surface. It didn't help much. Scientists confirmed it was biological in origin, but couldn't determine whether it belonged to a known species, an entirely new one, or represented a previously undocumented life stage of something already cataloged. The hole in its side raised its own question, with one researcher noting that something had either tried to get in or tried to get out. A deep sea ecologist at the University of Plymouth summed it up plainly, that they'll often encounter new things but usually have a reasonable idea of what they're looking at. With this, however, they didn't even know what category of thing it was: egg, sponge, coral, or something else entirely. As of the last update on the case, it remains unidentified. The ocean produces things like this with enough rarity that it barely makes the news anymore, but every so often something turns up that reminds everyone how little of this planet has actually been seen. W-shaped pupils. So this entry is concerned with cuttlefish and the fact that they are colorblind. They have only one type of photoreceptor in their eyes, meaning they should see the world entirely in black and white. The problem is that they're also some of the most gifted color changers in the ocean, producing vivid, complex patterns across their skin for camouflage and communication. For a long time, nobody could explain how an animal that can't see color manages to replicate it so precisely. The answer turned out to be in the shape of their pupils. Cuttlefish have large W-shaped pupils, and researchers found that this shape allows them to perceive color through chromatic aberration, the same optical glitch that makes dilated human eyes produce blurry, colorful fringes around objects. Rather than minimizing this effect the way human eyes do, cuttlefish pupils are specifically shaped to maximize it, using the way different wavelengths of light bend and focus at slightly different points to distinguish between colors despite only having a single photoreceptor. Their eyes also auto-level in their sockets, staying parallel to the horizon even when the animal tilts its head, giving them a stabilized widescreen view of their surroundings at all times. UB-85 attack. In April 1918, the British patrol vessel HMS Coreopsis came across a German submarine, UB-85, floating on the surface off the coast of Belfast with its entire crew ready to surrender. That part isn't unusual. What the captain said next was. According to Captain Gunther Kretsch, UB-85 had surfaced during the night to recharge its batteries when something emerged from the water. He described it as having large eyes set in a horny skull and teeth that could be seen glistening in the moonlight. The creature had horns, small deep-set eyes, and masses of teeth, and the mass of it caused the ship to list dangerously when it climbed onto the side of the hull. The crew opened fire, the creature eventually retreated, and the submarine was left too damaged to dive. Unable to submerge, they had no choice but to surrender. The explanation given is that Kretsch made it up to avoid a court-martial for losing the submarine, and the official British naval report of the incident makes no mention of any creature at all. Also, all the sources that can be found are secondhand at best, suggesting that something about the story could be off. There are also accusations that the entire account is a modern fabrication that spread online after UB-85 was rediscovered by marine archaeologists in 2005. Aquatic ape theory. The aquatic ape theory is the idea that at some point in our evolutionary history, humans had a semi-aquatic phase, spending significant time wading and foraging in shallow water before eventually returning to land. It was first proposed by marine biologist Alistair Hardy in 1960 and was later popularized by writer Elaine Morgan through multiple books in the 70s and 80s. The evidence people point to is kinda hard to dismiss outright. Humans have several features seen far more often in aquatic mammals than terrestrial ones, like a thick subcutaneous fat layer, stretched hind limbs, and voluntary breath control. No other great ape has these in combination. Virtually every other primate walks on 4 limbs, with one notable exception, that when wading through water, they almost all switch to bipedal walking instinctively, which supporters argue is exactly what you'd expect if upright walking first developed as a wading adaptation. The mainstream scientific community has largely rejected it though, pointing out that fossil evidence places early bipedal hominids in highland woodland environments, not coastlines. Megamouth shark. The first megamouth shark was discovered on November 15, 1976, when it became entangled in the sea anchor of a US Navy ship off the coast of Hawaii at a depth of about 165 meters. Nobody had any idea what it was. It took another 7 years before the fish was formally described scientifically, and it was placed in an entirely new family of its own. Its name translates from Greek as giant yawner of the open sea. The strange thing about the megamouth isn't just how late it was discovered though, but how little we still know about it. As of 2023, there have only been 273 confirmed sightings of the species. Every sighting is considered a major event, however, for shark researchers, offering one more clue to understanding this mysterious giant. Its feeding behavior is odd even by filter feeder standards. It has a bright white band on its upper jaw that is only visible when the mouth is open, which some researchers believe may act as a lure for planktonic prey in dark conditions, though that has never been confirmed. Tagging studies confirmed that megamouths migrate vertically, staying deep during the day and rising at night to feed on plankton, which likely explains why they're so rarely seen. They spend most of their lives in the dark, doing everything out of sight, and the ocean is more than happy to keep it that way. Cape Sable Serpent. On July 5, 1976, Canadian fisherman Eisner Penny was working the waters off Cape Sable Island, Nova Scotia, when he spotted something rising and diving in the water ahead of him. With 30 years of fishing experience, he knew it wasn't a whale. He told his friends and they laughed at him. A few days later, one of them, Keith Ross, was out on the same water with his son when something surfaced alongside their boat. Ross described eyes as big as saucers, bright and bloodshot, a wide open mouth with 2 large downward hanging tusks, and a body 40 to 50 feet long covered in gray, bumpy, barnacle encrusted skin with what appeared to be a fish's tail. They hit the engine and ran. 4 days after that, another fisherman and his teenage son encountered something thrashing loudly in the water that matched the description exactly. When they turned on their sonar to scare it off, which normally works on whales, it didn't react at all. 21 years passed with no sightings until 1997, when 2 fishermen in Fortune Bay spotted what they thought was a cluster of floating garbage bags. When they got within 30 feet, the thing raised its head. One of them described a neck 6 feet long and a head like a horse, which looked directly at them before sliding back under the water and disappearing. Nobody has ever produced a photograph, and the waters off Nova Scotia do have a long history of these accounts going back to the 1840s. Bouvet Island Boat. Bouvet Island is often described as the most remote island on Earth. You could draw a circle with a radius of over 1,000 miles centered on it and not touch a single other piece of land. It's a frozen volcanic rock in the Southern Ocean, almost entirely covered in glacier, with sheer ice cliffs for coastline and near constant storms. There's no reason for anyone to be there, and there's certainly no reason for a boat to be there. In April 1964, a survey team landing a helicopter found about 200 yards into the island and surrounded by fur seals in a small lagoon, a swamped but still seaworthy lifeboat with no identifying markings. Nearby were 2 oars and a flotation tank that had been split open and flattened. No crew, no remains, no sign that anyone had sheltered there at all. The boat had clearly been dragged inland by hand, which means someone was alive when it arrived. There were signs that survivors might have made it to shore, but no trace of them was ever found. There are also no recorded shipwrecks anywhere near the area, and the island sits over 1,000 miles from any conventional shipping lanes. When the next expedition came to the island 2 years later, the boat was simply gone. The most credible explanation eventually came from a Soviet document from 1960 suggesting a group of scientists from a Soviet whaling vessel had been stranded on the island by an unexpected hurricane in 1958 and evacuated by helicopter, leaving the boat behind. The Cold War would explain why nobody ever reported it. It's a plausible answer, but it's still entirely unconfirmed. Carol A. Deering. In the foggy dawn of January 31st, 1921, a Coast Guard surfman scanning the horizon off Cape Hatteras spotted a 5-masted schooner driven hard onto Diamond Shoals with all sails still set. When the seas calmed 4 days later and a boarding party finally reached it, the crew and their navigational equipment, belongings, documents, and lifeboats were all gone, but dinner was on the stove and the captain's cabin was a mess. 3 half-starved cats were the only living things on board. 2 days before it ran aground, a lighthouse keeper had spotted the Deering sailing past. A crew member hailed them through a megaphone to report that the ship had lost both its anchors, and the crew were observed milling about the quarterdeck in an undisciplined manner, an area where they were usually not allowed. Nobody thought much of it at the time. The investigation that followed pulled in the Coast Guard, the FBI, and 5 separate government departments, including the Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover. In April 1921, a local fisherman found a message in a bottle that read, "Deering captured by oil-burning boat, something like chaser." It seemed like a breakthrough until it wasn't. The man who found the note eventually confessed to fabricating it entirely in an attempt to discredit staff at the Cape Hatteras lighthouse. The one detail that never sat well was also what the first mate had reportedly said in a bar in Barbados weeks earlier. Drunk and in front of witnesses, he told the captain of another vessel that he would get the captain before they reached Norfolk. But whether that was an empty threat or a preview of what happened out there, nobody left alive has ever said. HMS Daedalus Serpent. On August 6, 1848, the HMS Daedalus was sailing through the South Atlantic about 300 miles off the west coast of Africa when its crew spotted something moving alongside the ship. Captain McQuay and several crew members reported a sea creature approximately 60 feet in length passing by with 4 feet of its head raised above the water. The diameter of the exposed body behind the head was about 16 inches, dark brown in color with yellowish white around the throat, and it had no fins, only something resembling the mane of a horse washed about its back. It stayed in sight for 20 minutes, close enough that the captain wrote if it had been an acquaintance of his, he would have recognized his features with the naked eye. What makes this one different than most sea monster accounts too is who was doing the reporting. These weren't frightened fishermen or drunk sailors in a tavern. Lieutenant E.A. Drummond recorded the events in his diary the same day and produced sketches of what he saw, and the captain filed an official report to the Admiralty. The story spread across the world through illustrated newspapers, and a year later, a Royal Navy sloop reported a strikingly similar sighting in the North Atlantic. The explanations offered since have ranged from an oarfish to an elephant seal to a sei whale skim feeding at the surface, though none has ever provided a fully satisfying answer for what the crew of the Daedalus witnessed that afternoon. USS Stein attack. In 1978, the USS Stein, a US Navy frigate, was running operations in the Pacific when its sonar system suddenly failed, forcing the ship back to port in San Diego for emergency inspection. When engineers pulled the vessel into dry dock and examined the sonar dome attached to the bow below the waterline, they found something nobody was prepared for. The rubber coating of the dome was shredded, with large tears covering around 8% of its surface. Embedded at the bottom of nearly every cut were sharp, curved claws, the kind found on the rims of squid suction cups, only far larger than any squid on record. Navy biologist F.G. Wood was brought in to examine the damage. He confirmed the hooks were chitinous claws from a cephalopod, probably a very large squid, and that their width and spacing matched the tears in the rubber perfectly. The problem was that no known squid could account for the size of the claws recovered. Official measurements suggested the creature would have had to be upwards of 150 feet long, more than 3 times the size of the largest colossal squid ever recorded. nobody has fully explained why any creature large enough to attack a warship would be near the surface off the coast of California, far from the deep cold water where giant squid are known to live. One theory is that the massive sonar dome, roughly the size and shape of a whale's head, may have attracted or provoked the animal into attacking what it mistook for prey. The ship was repaired and returned to service, but whatever left those claws behind retreated back into the deep without ever being identified. Deep Star 4000 fish. In June 1966, the Deep Star 4000 submersible was 4,000 feet down in the San Diego Trough on a routine instrument deployment when pilot Joe Thompson glanced through the viewport and found himself looking directly into the eye of something enormous. The sighting lasted around 8 seconds before the creature turned and disappeared into the dark, stirring up silt from the seabed as it went. Thompson and the others on board stayed quiet for over 6 months, assuming nobody would believe them. When they eventually came forward, Thompson described a fish with eyes the size of dinner plates and scales as large as coffee cups, brownish gray in color with patches of white, similar in shape to a sea bass with a grouper-like tail. Its body exceeded the length of the 18-foot submersible itself, with estimates placing it between 25 and 40 feet, with 2-foot pectoral fins and a tail measuring 4 to 5 feet in height. Thompson specifically noted that the tail resembled an illustration of a coelacanth. The most grounded explanation is that it was an undiscovered species of large bony fish, possibly related to slickheads, though no known member of that family grows anywhere close to that size. A Pacific sleeper shark has also been suggested, though the largest recorded specimen tops out well short of Thompson's estimate. Inuit Ocean Folk Tales. The Inuit have lived on the edge of the Arctic Ocean for thousands of years, and with those years have come folklore relating to the ocean. The most significant figure is Sedna, the goddess of the sea. In the most widely told version of her story, she was thrown from her father's kayak during a storm, and as she clung to the side, he chopped off her fingers joint by joint. Each piece that fell into the water became a different sea animal: the seals, the walruses, the whales, and Sedna sank to the ocean floor where she is said to remain, controlling the supply of every creature the Inuit depend on to survive. When hunting was poor, it was believed her hair had become tangled with the sins of the community. A shaman would have to travel to the ocean floor in a trance, comb and wash her hair, and appease her before the animals would return. Then there are the Kalupiluit. Described as humanoid creatures wearing eider down, they live beneath the ice and wait with claws and tendrils to drag children who wander too close to the water's edge down into caves deep in the Arctic Sea. Parents warn children not to wander near the shoreline because the Kalupiluit would snatch them. Scholars tend to frame this as a practical cautionary tale to keep children off thin ice, though researchers who have interviewed Inuit elders directly report that they never spoke of the Kalupiluit as a metaphor. They spoke of it as something real. The Dragon Hole. Local fishermen in the South China Sea have long called the Dragon Hole the Eye of the Ocean, and it shows up in the 6th century Chinese novel Journey to the West as the place where the Monkey King retrieved his golden cudgel from an underwater dragon kingdom. The Dragon Hole, formerly known as the Sansha Yongo Blue Hole, sits near the Paracel Islands and was confirmed as the deepest known blue hole on Earth at just under 988 feet deep, though that record has since been edged out by a newly measured sinkhole. What makes blue holes unusual is how they form. Thousands of years ago, when sea levels were lower, rainwater dissolved the limestone bedrock above, carving out vast vertical caverns. When the sea eventually rose and flooded them, the ceilings collapsed, leaving behind these perfectly circular shafts dropping straight down into the ocean floor. Dragon Hole's steep walls and narrow opening prevent the kind of water mixing that normally delivers oxygen to depth, so the water inside has stratified into distinct layers that rarely interact with the surrounding sea. Researchers found more than 20 fish species living in the upper level of the hole, but below 100 meters, the water becomes almost completely devoid of oxygen, making life as we understand it essentially impossible. Whatever sits at the very bottom has never been properly examined. The ROV used to measure its depth returned no useful imagery from the lowest sections, and the geopolitical dispute over the Paracel Islands between China, Vietnam, and Taiwan makes independent scientific access complicated. Baudet, a full-turret film. On the evening of July 11, 2005, two experienced fishermen, Dick Affolter and his stepson Pete Baudet, were out on Lake Champlain fishing for salmon when they spotted something on the surface they couldn't explain. At first, Affolter thought he was looking at a floating railroad tie, then a tree trunk. Then it moved in a serpentine manner. When it reappeared closer to the boat about an hour later, Baudet picked up his digital camera and began filming. Affolter described a body 3 to 4 meters long with what seemed to be a serpent shape and a head shaped like a sledgehammer. At one point, he shouted that it was going to ram them. The footage was picked up by ABC News and a few brief clips were broadcast. Then it essentially disappeared. The full film has never been publicly released, with its current ownership held by a lawyer asking for exorbitant licensing fees. What the clips do show, however, according to the Burlington Free Press, who reviewed the digital recordings, is something of significant size moving just under the surface, with one frame appearing to show an alligator-like head breaking the water with the setting sun reflecting off what could be an eye. And Lake Champlain has a long history of sightings going back to 1609, and Affolter and Baudet are by all accounts serious, credible witnesses with no history of attention-seeking. The director of facilities at the Echo Lake Aquarium also reviewed the footage and simply said he didn't know what it was, and that the majority of the video was very indiscernible. Chimeras. Early nationalists named these creatures chimeras because the fish look like a strange mix of different animals fused together, which in Greek mythology is exactly what the chimera was. In reality, it's just as strange. With rabbit-like teeth, a shark-like body, rat-like tails, and lateral lines along the skin that give the appearance of stitched seams, chimeras go by a long list of nicknames including ghost shark, ratfish, spookfish, and rabbitfish. They have no bones at all, with a skeleton made entirely of cartilage, and males have a forehead appendage covered in sharp, tooth-like denticles whose exact function researchers are still trying to work out. They also only have one gill opening on each side of their body, unlike sharks, and their upper tooth plate is fused permanently to their skull. They can't replace worn teeth the way sharks can. Once those plates are gone, they're gone. Chimeras are thought to have survived the Devonian extinctions roughly 360 million years ago, meaning they have outlasted the vast majority of everything that has ever lived on this planet, drifting around the deep ocean floor in near total darkness while entire kingdoms of life rose and collapsed above them. Despite that, almost nothing is known about how they actually live. Many species are still listed as data deficient by conservation bodies simply because getting to where they live is too difficult to study them properly. Heuvelmans system. Bernard Heuvelmans was a Belgian-French zoologist who spent most of his career doing something most of his colleagues considered a waste of time, trying to apply real scientific methodology to sea monster reports. He's also regarded as the father of cryptozoology, and his 1955 book On the Track of Unknown Animals is considered the founding document of the field. His most significant contribution came in 1968 with In the Wake of the Sea Serpents, where he went through nearly 6 centuries of reported sightings and tried to make sense of them. After examining 587 sightings from 1639 to 1966, he concluded that there were at least 9 distinct categories of unknown animals involved, which he named the long-necked, merhose, many-humped, many-finned, super otter, super eel, marine saurian, father of all the turtles, and yellow belly. The premise wasn't that every sea monster report was real, but that enough consistent physical descriptions kept appearing across centuries and continents that something had to account for them. The system, however, was controversial then and remains so now. Critics pointed out that Heuvelmans would sometimes classify sightings based on a single shared characteristic while ignoring inconsistencies in everything else. supporters argued that the sheer volume of consistent, independent accounts from credible witnesses across completely unconnected parts of the world deserved more than a dismissive explanation. Solacena Cthulhu. H.P. Lovecraft wrote about a vast, tentacle cosmic horror sleeping at the bottom of the ocean called Cthulhu. As it turns out though, something like that kinda actually existed. Solacena Cthulhu was a 430 million year old creature about the size of a large spider, with 45 tentacle-like tube feet spreading out from a central armored body. Researchers named it after Lovecraft's monster because the resemblance, at least in shape, was hard to ignore. And its last moments weren't particularly dramatic. It was buried alive under heaps of volcanic ash on the seafloor, lacked the strength to dig itself out, and spent the next 430 million years encased in rock on the border of what is now Wales and England. The fossil was collected in the early 2000s but sat unexamined for years because the technology needed to properly study it didn't exist yet. Researchers eventually ground it away 30 microns at a time, photographing each exposed layer, and stitched the images back together in a complete three-dimensional model. That process revealed something unexpected inside. The reconstruction showed an internal ring that turned out to be part of a water vascular system, a network of fluid-filled canals used for movement and feeding that had never been documented before in this group of animals. It reframed how scientists understood the evolutionary relationship between sea cucumbers and sea urchins entirely. Sea swine. Sea swine were giant boar-like creatures, tusked and broad-bodied, reported by European explorers during the Age of Discovery and appearing on navigational maps alongside other sea monsters as a genuine navigational warning. They show up on many explorer maps of the era and are mentioned by Conrad Gessner, who is considered the founder of modern zoology, which gives the sightings more weight than the average sailor's tale. And they weren't fringe folklore. People with scientific credentials were writing about them in the same breath as real animals. The most grounded explanation is that the sightings were misidentified whale carcasses. When baleen whales decompose, their lower jaw bones protrude as the soft mouth tissue rots away, leaving two curved protrusions that look very much like tusks. A bloated carcass washed ashore or spotted at sea with swollen flesh and exposed bone could easily read as a giant pig-like animal to someone who had never seen a whale decompose before. Cannibal sea life. Cannibalism in the ocean is more common than most people would expect, and it goes well beyond the obvious cases. For example, sand tiger shark embryos will eat their siblings inside their mother's uterus. A mother may start with 10 embryos, and she will never give birth to more than 2. The survivors aren't the lucky ones. They're the ones who are fast enough to eat everything else first. The lancet fish takes it further. Researchers have found lancet fish inside the stomachs of lancet fish inside the stomachs of other lancet fish, a chain of self-consumption that reads less like an ecological behavior and more like something that shouldn't be biologically possible. They eat across 97 different prey families, but apparently nothing is quite as convenient as whatever is already nearby. Deep-sea gonadus squid were caught on ROV footage eating their own species at a higher rate than researchers expected, with 2 decades of video observations confirming it was common and natural behavior rather than stress induced from captivity, even at the microscopic level it holds. Copepods, which are among the most numerous animals on Earth, use cannibalism as a self-regulating population mechanism. A tenfold increase in egg-producing females results in only half as many eggs surviving because the adults eat them. Dolphins mimicking humans. To start off here, dolphins don't actually have vocal cords. They produce sound through their blowholes, which makes what they've been documented doing all the more strange. A captive bottlenose dolphin named Peter, studied in the 1960s by neuroscientist John Lilly, began spontaneously producing sounds that closely mimicked the rhythm and cadence of his handler's speech without being trained to do so. Lilly spent years trying to establish two-way communication with dolphins, which got him dismissed by most of the scientific establishment, though the behaviors he documented were real enough. In captivity, dolphins pay close attention to their handlers, watching their movements and listening intently to their voices, and researchers interpret the imitation of human speech as a deliberate attempt to communicate with their caregivers rather than random vocalization. The behavior tends to intensify when people respond with excitement or attention, which reinforces it further. More recently, a dolphin named Zeus was recorded producing the vowels A, E, O, and U spontaneously without prompting. Acoustic analysis also showed striking similarities to human vowels in terms of complexity, frequency, amplitude, and duration, suggesting a level of vocal control that shouldn't be physically possible given how differently dolphins produce sound. Google and Georgia Tech are now running an AI project called Dolphin Gemma, training a model on decades of underwater dolphin vocalizations to find structure and patterns that might indicate something resembling language. Phantom Ship of New Haven. In January of 1647, a 150-ton trading ship set sail from New Haven Colony, carrying some of the settlement's most prominent merchants, their goods, and essentially the economic future of the entire colony. The ship's maiden voyage did not start well. The winter was unusually cold, the harbor had frozen over, and the crew had to hack through the ice with axes and saws for 3 miles just to drag the ship backwards into open water. Captain Lamberton had already told anyone who would listen that the ship was dangerously unstable and would likely be their grave. Nobody turned back. The ship cleared the harbor and was never seen again. Spring came and went with no word from England. The colony had lost its merchants, its cargo, and its best hope for survival in a single voyage. Then, in June, after a violent thunderstorm rolled through, something appeared in the sky above the harbor. A ship materialized in the air, sailing toward the harbor's mouth, sails filled and fighting against the wind for over half an hour. The crew could be seen on deck. Then the mast snapped, the sails tore apart, the ship capsized, and it vanished into a cloud of smoke. The townspeople watched the entire thing from shore, and Reverend Davenport declared publicly that God had answered their prayers and shown them the fate of their friends. The Reverend Cotton Mather recorded the account in 1702, and it has been debated ever since. The rational explanations lean toward a Fata Morgana, an atmospheric mirage capable of projecting detailed, inverted images of distant objects into the sky, which would be consistent with the conditions described. American Scout Seamount. The American Scout Seamount appeared on official navigational charts of the North Atlantic throughout the 1950s, marked at a depth of just 37 meters, shallow enough that it would have been a serious hazard to any ship passing over it. It was listed, documented, and treated as real. When researchers from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution went to investigate in 1964, they found no evidence it existed at all, and extensive surveys by the U.S. Naval Oceanographic Office eventually confirmed there was no seamount anywhere in the vicinity. A follow-up bathymetric survey in 1966 found no sounding shallower than over 14,000 feet in the area, but did detect strong returns from the deep scattering layer, a dense biological layer of marine organisms that migrates vertically through the water column and is known to produce sonar returns that can be mistaken for a solid seafloor. The most likely explanation is that a ship passed over a thick concentration of marine life near the surface. The sonar read it as a shallow bottom, and nobody questioned the chart until it was too late to find the person who drew it. Cryptoichthyology. Cryptoichthyology is the study of fish species that are rumored, reported, or suspected to exist but haven't been formally confirmed by science. It sits in an unusual position somewhere between hard zoology and cryptozoology, and it gets more credible every time a new species turns up from somewhere nobody expected. The ocean has a long history of vindicating it. The coelacanth, a prehistoric lobe-finned fish believed to have gone extinct 66 million years ago, turned up alive off the coast of South Africa in 1938. The megamouth shark, a filter-feeding species that can grow to 18 feet, wasn't discovered until 1976 when one got tangled in a Navy anchor line. The frilled shark spent most of recorded history being dismissed as sailor folklore before specimens started turning up. The pace of discovery hasn't slowed either. In 2019, researchers encountered an unfamiliar pink snailfish swimming above the seafloor off California, and new analysis has since confirmed it as a species previously unknown to science. 3 entirely new snailfish species were formally described from the same stretch of Pacific abyssal floor in 2025 alone. Those species were found at depths of over 13,000 feet in water covering roughly 50% of the Earth's surface. Doko Shipwreck. The Doko Shipwreck is the oldest known underwater shipwreck ever discovered, dated to between 2700 and 2200 BC, sitting 15 to 30 meters below the surface off the coast of southern Greece in the Aegean Sea. It was found in 1975 by American underwater archaeologist Peter Throckmorton, though the full excavation didn't begin until 1989. The ship itself is long gone. Everything organic dissolved into the sea over 4,000 years, leaving behind only what was cargo. Over 500 well-preserved clay vessels were recovered from the site, including cups, urns, bowls, and sauce boats of various shapes and sizes, along with stone anchors, lead ingots, and millstones that were likely used as ballast. The sheer volume and variety of ceramics is what confirmed it as a shipwreck rather than a dumping site, and the style of pottery places its origin firmly in the early Helladic period, a civilization that predates classical Greece by nearly 2,000 years. Belle Amica. On August 24, 2006, the Italian Coast Guard discovered a schooner drifting off the coast of Sardinia with no crew on board. Once aboard, they found a half-eaten meal of Egyptian food, French maps of North African seas, a pile of clothes, and a flag of Luxembourg. The only identification on the entire vessel was a wooden plaque that read Belle Amica, a likely misspelling of the Italian phrase for beautiful friend. The investigation found that she had never been registered in Italy nor any other country, which on its own is unusual enough. The press ran with the story, and the fact that she was described as a style of schooner never seen in Italian waters made it feel like something out of another century. The misidentification of the vessel as an antique rather than a modern yacht deepened the intrigue considerably before anyone had actually looked into it. Italian authorities eventually identified a man from Luxembourg named Frank Royru as the owner. He claimed he had anchored the vessel after learning about an emergency at home, fully intending to return. Authorities were skeptical. The Italian press suggested the real reason the ship was never registered was to avoid the steep luxury vessel taxation that would have applied to a boat worth around $600,000. As ghost ship stories go, it's one of the more anticlimactic resolutions, and yet the crew's whereabouts the night the ship was found have never been definitively established. Frank Ruaru was identified as the owner, but nobody aboard was ever officially accounted for, and the explanation he gave was never fully verified. Sagami Bay Creature. So this all started when cameras aboard Jamstek's Hyperdolphin ROV captured footage of something strange lurking on the floor of Sagami Bay, southwest of Tokyo in August 2010 at a depth of roughly 3,300 feet. Since that day, there has never been another video or photograph of the creature or anything similar to it. The footage shows what appears to be a pale, rounded shape resting on the seafloor with 2 forward-facing structures that look unmistakably like eyes. It sits completely still. The most grounded reading is that it's a rock with 2 conveniently placed sponges or barnacles sitting in the spots that happen to create the appearance of a face. Pareidolia, the brain's tendency to find patterns and faces in random shapes, does most of the work in footage like this. There are also creatures in the deep sea that have specifically evolved to look like rocks and rubble to avoid predators, and some that disguise themselves as debris to ambush prey. The honest answer is that nobody fully knows, and Jamstek offered nothing, and the footage sits online exactly as it always has, still unidentified and completely still. Soviet submarine K-219. On October 3, 1986, the Soviet ballistic missile submarine K-219 was sitting 700 miles northeast of Bermuda on routine Cold War patrol, carrying 16 nuclear missiles within range of the eastern coast of the United States. A seal in a missile hatch cover failed, allowing seawater to enter the missile tube and mix with the rocket fuel, producing toxic gases and enough heat to trigger an explosion. The blast ejected a nuclear warhead into the sea and punched a hole in the hull. 2 sailors died immediately. A third entered the reactor compartment to manually shut down the nuclear reactor and was overcome by toxic fumes before he could finish the job. A known leak in the same missile shaft had actually been flagged during a test run before departure, but the commission cleared the submarine for patrol anyway, deciding the issue could be fixed at sea. The Soviets attempted to tow the stricken vessel home. The tow cord, however, broke for reasons that were never explained. Gorbachev himself, during the emergency Politburo meeting that followed, told his generals, quote, "The boat was taken for towing, but the tow cord broke." Again, not clear why. In short, one mystery after another, end quote. K-219 sank 18,000 feet to the ocean floor in 2 pieces, with several missile hatch covers open and the missiles unaccounted for. Captain Britanov was charged with negligence, sabotage, and treason, but all charges were eventually dropped. Carnival Cruise Monster. In the summer of 2014, a crew member named Paul George was working on the upper deck of the Carnival Breeze in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico when a crowd began gathering at the railing, pointing at something in the water below. When he went over to look, he found himself looking at an animal he couldn't identify. The creature was black and shiny with thick, tight, leathery skin. It was at least 50 feet long, broader and more powerfully built than any whale, with a thick neck and a body that didn't move the way a cetacean moves. When it came up to breathe, it didn't spout the way a whale does either. It surfaced more like a crocodile, quietly with bubbles rising just before the head broke the water. Then it dove back under and was gone. The entire sighting lasted around 30 seconds, and George came forward later and described the encounter in detail, and the account was taken seriously enough that a cryptozoologist ran through every large marine species on record and came up empty. The breathing behavior specifically ruled out whales and dolphins entirely. The only candidates that matched the description, the body shape, the skin texture and breathing pattern, and the apparent size pointed towards something resembling a mosasaur, a giant marine reptile that supposedly went extinct 66 million years ago. There's no photograph, no video, and no corroboration beyond the crowd that gathered at the railing that evening, none of whom have ever come forward publicly. It's an entirely anecdotal account from a single witness in the middle of one of the most heavily trafficked stretches of ocean in the world. Mola Mola Depression. In early 2024, a mola mola arrived at the Kaikyokan Aquarium in Japan, became extremely popular with visitors, and by all accounts was thriving. Then the aquarium closed for renovations. Left on its own, the fish stopped eating and began exhibiting bizarre behavior, scraping its body against the acrylic walls of its tank for reasons nobody could explain. The staff tried everything, adjusting its diet, visiting the tank during construction hours, and nothing worked. Eventually, someone at a staff meeting floated the idea that the fish might simply be lonely, having grown so accustomed to an audience that it didn't know what to do without one. They hung unused staff uniforms on the outside of the tank. They then cut out cardboard figures and placed them around the tank. It worked just as well. Mola Mola had apparently developed enough of a social attachment to human observers that their absence sent it into a genuine decline. Mola Mola spend most of their lives hunting at depths greater than 200 meters, and their trips to the surface, where they lie motionless on their side, are believed to be a way of thermally recharging after diving into colder water. Ihiraha. The Ihiraha is about as obscure as a cryptid gets. It comes almost entirely from a single source, the 1931 book Tales of Tahitian Waters by Western novelist and sport fisherman Zane Grey, and it spent nearly a century completely overlooked even within cryptozoological circles. The name itself translates roughly to sword on lower jaw, describing a fish similar in body to a broad-billed swordfish but with the bill positioned on the lower jaw instead of the upper, inverting one of the defining features of the species. Gray documented it after speaking to multiple independent sources around the Paumotu Islands, including a captain who sketched the fish from memory and critically drew it upside down, which Gray took as corroboration rather than confusion. Natives who were shown illustrations of a standard broadbill swordfish confirmed they recognized it but insisted the version they knew had the sword underneath. A second creature, the Ahitaviri, appeared alongside it in Gray's account with a similarly inverted bill, though blunter and more rounded. Gray claimed to have personally sighted the Ahitaviri off Tahiti in 1929. Neither animal has ever been photographed though or formally described. The honest version of this story is that an inverted bill billfish isn't biologically possible. Bilateral asymmetry and structural inversions occur across many fish families, and new billfish relatives have been formally described within living memory. Jure Sterk. In December 2007, a 70-year-old Slovenian sailor named Jure Sterk set out from New Zealand on a small 9-meter sailboat called the Lunatic, attempting to become the oldest person to circumnavigate the globe solo and non-stop without an engine. He had already crossed the Atlantic 8 times, the Indian Ocean twice, and completed a full solo circumnavigation in the early 90s. This wasn't someone who didn't know what he was doing. His last known radio contact came on January 1st, 2009, when he reported his position in the southern Indian Ocean about 1,000 nautical miles south of Western Australia and described favorable weather conditions, mentioning he planned to deploy the dinghy the next day to clear marine growth that had slowed the boat to a crawl. The following day's log entry recorded only his coordinates. After that, nothing. On January 27th, his Lunatic was spotted damaged and apparently abandoned in the Indian Ocean, still drifting. 3 months later, the American research vessel RV Roger Revelle found it 500 miles further southeast. The sails were tattered, an open hatch had let weather in, but the hull was otherwise intact. His logbook was recovered, but his dinghy was gone. The most credible theory is that he fell from the dinghy while trying to clear the steering system, which would also explain why the dinghy itself was missing. His diary confirmed he was also planning to climb the mast that same day. He was 382 days into the voyage and less than a full ocean away from completing both records. He was never found, and the Lunatic was eventually abandoned where it drifted, still pointing roughly toward home. Sarah Joe Incident. On the morning of February 11, 1979, 5 construction workers from the small Hawaiian town of Hana decided to skip work and go fishing. The water was completely calm, the sky was clear, and they set out from Hana Bay in a 17-foot boat called the Sarah Joe with a cooler full of beer and enough ice for all the fish they planned to catch. Within 2 hours, however, a severe gale hit. By evening, it was chaos. The Sarah Joe and all 5 men vanished without a single distress call. The Coast Guard searched for days and the community searched for weeks. Nothing turned up, and after a year with no answers, the families held a memorial service and tried to move on. 9 years later, John Naughton, one of the very first people to search for the missing men back in 1979, found himself on a wildlife survey of Taongi Atoll in the Marshall Islands, 2,200 miles from Hawaii. Within 30 minutes of landing, he spotted the Sarah Joe beached in the sand. About 100 yards from the boat, they found a shallow grave marked with a cross made from driftwood. The remains were confirmed as crew member Scott Mormons. The other 4 men were never found. The grave, though, is what nobody can explain. Taongi Atoll was surveyed in 1985 and showed nothing, meaning the boat arrived there after 1985, 6 years after the disappearance. The atoll has only one narrow channel through its reef, narrow enough that experts say a drifting unmanned boat navigating it by chance would be nearly impossible. It's said that someone buried Scott, placed his jawbone separately on top of the grave, and left a stack of papers beside him that resembled Chinese funeral customs. Authorities theorized the boat was found by Chinese fishermen operating illegally in the area who buried the body out of decency and said nothing to avoid the legal trouble. No one has ever confirmed that though. Antarctica anomaly. Gravity feels like one of the few constants on Earth, but isn't. The strength of gravity actually varies across the planet's surface, and after accounting for Earth's rotation, it is weakest directly beneath Antarctica. This region is known as the Antarctic Geoid Low, and it has real measurable consequences. Where gravity is weaker, the ocean surface sits slightly lower relative to Earth's center because water flows away toward areas of stronger gravitational pull. The sea around Antarctica is measurably lower than it should be because of what's happening beneath the ice. A 2025 study traced the origins of this anomaly by essentially building a CT scan of the planet using decades of global earthquake recordings, feeding the data into a physics-based model of Earth's interior and rewinding it back 70 million years. The model showed that tectonic slabs subducted beneath Antarctica and sank deep into the mantle, while a broad region of hot, buoyant rock rose upward, altering the planet's gravity field at the surface over tens of millions of years. The timing is what makes it interesting. The gravity hole intensified around 30 to 50 million years ago, which corresponds directly with the arrival of Antarctica's glaciers and the large-scale climate shifts that followed. The leading hypothesis is that as the gravity low deepened, it pushed ocean water away from the continent, lowering the local sea level just enough to allow the ice sheet to ground itself on the continental shelf rather than floating away and melting. Green shark. On September 16, 1757, a fisherman working the River Tweed near Berwick Bridge in Northumberland, England, pulled something unexpected out of his net. A 6-foot shark, described as distinctly green in color, had become tangled in it. A man named John Skies recorded the event, noting that when the creature neared shore, it thrashed violently, sending water flying to an extraordinary height, and dug a hole in the sand with its tail large enough to hold a coach. When the captured shark was eventually processed, a knife was found inside its stomach. The fact that any shark turned up in a river in northern England at all was unusual enough. Saltwater sharks entering rivers that far inland is uncommon, and the handful of species known to do it, like bull sharks, aren't distributed anywhere near the British Isles. The coloring is what resists explanation too. No known shark species is naturally green, and while light conditions and algal growth can distort the appearance of fish in water, a freshly caught specimen handled on shore would be far less susceptible to that kind of misreading. The most grounded theory is that it was a blue shark, a species that does range around the United Kingdom and has been documented traveling short distances upriver. A dead or dying blue shark's coloring can shift in unexpected ways, and the green description may have come down to how the light hit it on that particular morning. Trashman Yacht. In October 1982, a 58-foot sailing yacht called the Trashman set out from Maine on a routine delivery run down to Florida with 5 crew members aboard. 2 days in, a violent storm hit with 100-mile-per-hour winds and 40-foot seas, sinking the vessel at 1:30 in the afternoon off the coast of North Carolina. The crew had exactly 2 minutes to get off before it went under. They managed to get into an 11-foot rubber Zodiac dinghy with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The moment they got in, they were completely surrounded by sharks. Fins were everywhere, not 2 or 3 of them, but 10, 20, circulating the dinghy from all directions. One of the crew, Meg Mooney, had badly gashed her leg during the sinking, and her blood in the water made sure the sharks didn't leave. After 3 days adrift with no food or water, the dehydration and sun exposure began breaking people down in ways that were harder to watch than the sharks. The captain became convinced they were a few hundred yards off the coast of Massachusetts and needed to go get his car. He slid over the side of the dinghy, stroked away from the raft, and then there was a scream. A second crew member followed shortly after, announcing he was going to the store for cigarettes and was eaten too. Meg Mooney died of infection the same day, and the 2 remaining survivors pushed her body into the water and went back to sleep so they wouldn't have to watch. 5 days after it began, a Soviet cargo ship appeared on the horizon, and Brad Kavanaugh and Deborah Scaling Kiley were pulled out of the water. Kavanagh then went on to become a professional sailor, still running the same Atlantic routes. Giant sea spider. Sea spiders exist worldwide, most no bigger than a fingernail. The Antarctic versions are a different matter, however. Antarctic sea spiders can reach lifespans of over 20 inches, nearly double those of the largest land spiders on Earth, the result of polar gigantism, where extreme cold slows metabolism enough that certain animals just keep growing indefinitely. Their bodies are so small relative to their legs that their digestive and reproductive organs extend into the limbs themselves because there simply isn't enough room in the torso. For 140 years after the species was first described, nobody had witnessed them reproducing. Then in 2021, researchers finally observed it. Instead of carrying the eggs as most sea spider species do, the father spent 2 days cementing thousands of tiny eggs directly onto the rocky seafloor, where they quickly became overgrown with algae, hiding them so effectively that the process had gone undetected for over a century. Zheng He's journal. Between 1405 and 1433, a Chinese Muslim eunuch named Zheng He commanded 7 naval expeditions across the Indian Ocean that the rest of the world wouldn't come close to matching for centuries. A single voyage typically featured over 300 vessels, including treasure ships over 400 feet long, accompanied by supply ships, warships, and patrol boats, with total personnel numbering over 28,000. Columbus's Santa Maria, built decades later, was 117 feet long. The voyages reached Southeast Asia, India, the Persian Gulf, Arabia, and the east coast of Africa, returning with foreign ambassadors, exotic animals, and tribute from over 30 kingdoms. Then they simply stopped. With Zheng He dead and buried at sea, Confucian courtiers began a campaign to systematically destroy all records of the voyages. The emperor ordered the destruction of the treasure fleet itself, and China closed itself to the world. In the 1470s, the government destroyed Zheng He's logbooks specifically, so no such expeditions would ever be repeated. The reason it qualifies as an ocean oddity is the scale of what was erased. The most advanced fleet in human history at that point, commanding technology Europe wouldn't develop for centuries, was deliberately written out of the record by the same civilization that built it. The exact purpose of his voyages, the routes taken, and the true size of his fleets remain heavily debated to this day because of how thorough the records were destroyed. The Whale Eater. The whale eater appears on old world maps as a massive reptile-like creature with 2 blowholes, webbed feet, a fishtail, and long sharp teeth. Similar depictions show up independently across Mediterranean, Pacific, and Alaskan cultures without any known contact between them. The modern evidence is thin, but hard to dismiss entirely. In 2009, a severely malnourished fin whale beached itself on the English coast with a row of wounds along its jaw consistent with an oversized crocodilian bite. Using a pliosaur skull as reference, researchers estimated the jaws responsible would have been 10 to 12 feet long, suggesting a body around 60 feet. The whale was so distressed it appeared to have been relentlessly pursued before giving up and beaching itself. Whether the whale eater is a surviving prehistoric predator or just a pattern people keep finding in unrelated incidents, those bite marks have never been convincingly explained by any known animal. SM-UB-65 haunting. The German submarine UB-65 was plagued by disaster from the moment its construction began in 1917. During the build, 3 crew members were asphyxiated by diesel fumes in the engine room, 2 more were crushed by a falling girder, and a crew member swept overboard during a hatch inspection was never found. On its first test dive, a ballast tank fractured and the submarine sank to the bottom, leaving the crew trapped for 12 hours before it surfaced. What turned it into a ghost story was the death of the second officer, Lieutenant Richter, killed when a torpedo warhead exploded during loading. Shortly after, crew members began reporting seeing his apparition standing at the bow with folded arms. The German Imperial Navy, unable to dismiss sworn testimony from multiple men, temporarily took the submarine out of service and brought in a Lutheran pastor to perform an exorcism. It didn't appear to help. On its final patrol in July 1918, an American submarine observed UB-65 on the surface, apparently disabled. Before a torpedo could be fired, the submarine exploded and sank with all 37 crew members. An American officer reported seeing a figure in a German officer's coat standing at the bow just before the explosion. Researchers who later investigated the haunting traced the ghost stories almost entirely to a single British journalist, Hector Charles Bywater, who wrote about the sightings after the war with no verifiable sources to back them up. Mid-Cayman Rise. The Mid-Cayman Rise sits at the bottom of the Cayman Trough, the deepest point in the Caribbean, where two tectonic plates pull apart at 15 millimeters per year. It hosts at least 3 discrete hydrothermal vent sites, including the deepest known hydrothermal vent on Earth at roughly 5,000 meters down. The density surprised everyone. Hydrothermal vents typically appear every 100 kilometers along a ridge, and the entire Mid-Cayman Rise is only 110 kilometers long. They expected 1 site and found 3, each representing a completely different style of venting. The expedition was NASA funded because ultramafic vent systems like these are considered the closest living analog to conditions that may have produced the first life on Earth, and the best model for what life on ocean moons like Europa might look like. A trench in the Caribbean is now one of the primary reference points scientists use when thinking about life beyond this planet. Pufferfish crop circles. In 1995, divers first noticed bizarre geometric sand circles on the seabed around Amami Oshima Island in southern Japan. They were nearly 2 meters wide, perfectly symmetrical, with ridges and grooves fanning out from a central point like spokes on a wheel. Nobody knew what made them, and for 16 years, nobody could find out. The answer turned out to be a tiny pufferfish, barely 5 inches long, working day and night using only its fins to carve the entire structure. The whole process takes at least a week, after which the male decorates the ridges with fragments of shell and coral before waiting for a female to come and inspect his work. If she approves, she lays her eggs in the center and leaves. The circular design channels fresh, oxygen-rich water inward toward the eggs regardless of which direction the current is flowing. Once the eggs hatch, the male abandons the nest entirely and builds a brand new one elsewhere, never reusing the same circle twice. What nobody has figured out is what exactly the females are looking for when they inspect these circles. The more ridges a circle has, the better the male's chances, but the specific qualities that make one circle preferable to another remain unknown. Bus Jan Other disappearance. On July 9, 1975, Dutch conceptual artist Bus Jan Other set out from Cape Cod in a 13-foot sailboat called the Ocean Wave, attempting a solo crossing of the Atlantic to England. The voyage was part of an art project he called In Search of the Miraculous. If he had made it, the Ocean Wave would have been the smallest boat to ever complete the crossing. Radio contact broke off 3 weeks in. 10 months later, the Ocean Wave was found unmanned and partially submerged 150 miles off the coast of Ireland by a Spanish fishing trawler. The boat was taken to port for investigation and then stolen before anyone could examine it properly. Adder was never found. The question that followed him into the water was whether any of it was accidental. His entire artistic career had revolved around falling, failure, and disappearance as deliberate acts. Some believe the ocean crossing was never meant to be survived, that vanishing into the Atlantic was the artwork itself. His wife denied this, saying he had made plans for the work he would complete when the crossing was done and had no intention of disappearing for good. The boat was stolen before it could be properly examined, his body was never recovered, and the third part of the triptych was never made. Giglioli's whale. On September 4, 1867, Italian zoologist Enrico Giglioli was 1,200 miles off the coast of Chile when a whale surfaced close enough to observe in detail for 15 minutes. It resembled a rorqual in shape, estimated at 60 feet long, but carried 2 large dorsal fins roughly 6 feet apart. No known whale has 2 dorsal fins. He published his findings and was ultimately dismissed. A similar animal was reported off Scotland the following year, and then in 1983, French zoologist Jacques Maigret reported a comparable creature between Corsica and the French mainland. 3 trained zoologists across 3 different oceans spanning 116 years, all describing the same anatomical feature. Mutation or injury remains the most accepted explanation. Rhinoceros dolphin. In 1819, 2 French nationalists, Jean-René Coix and Joseph Zemar, were sailing from the Sandwich Islands toward New South Wales when they spotted something that didn't match any known species. A pod of around 9 dolphin-like creatures swam alongside their ship, described as black with large white blotches and roughly 9 feet long. What set them apart was that each animal had 2 dorsal fins, one near the head like a horn and one farther back than any known dolphin's fin should be. They named it the rhinoceros dolphin, and it has never been officially seen again. The explanations people have come up with are all over the place. One naturalist suggested it was just an optical illusion. Another proposed that a remora fish attached to a dolphin's head could have created the appearance of an extra fin. Others think the pod may have been an inbred group carrying a shared genetic mutation. Trilobite tracks on ocean floor. Trilobites went extinct around 250 million years ago, wiped out in the same mass extinction that nearly ended life on Earth. They're one of the most well-documented creatures in the fossil record, so when photographs of the modern ocean floor began surfacing with track patterns nearly identical to Cruziana, the trace fossil left by trilobites as they fed through seafloor sediment, it raised an uncomfortable question. In 1967, a University of Pittsburgh zoologist told researcher Roy Mackal about trackways on the modern seafloor that closely resembled these ancient markings. Mackal began making plans to identify what was making them. The project fell through and the track maker was never identified. He ultimately concluded that living trilobites were highly unlikely, but the tracks were never formally explained away either. The deeper issue is that the ocean floor remains one of the least surveyed environments on the planet. In the later evolutionary stages, trilobites had already begun adapting to deeper, more obscure habitats, which some point to a possible explanation for why no recent fossils have ever surfaced. Doggerland Civilization. Doggerland is a landmass that once connected Britain to mainland Europe, stretching across what is now the North Sea. At its peak around 10,000 years ago, it was a vast, resource-rich landscape of rivers, wetlands, and hills, likely home to a substantial population of Mesolithic hunter-gatherers who had no idea they were living on borrowed time. As the last ice age ended, rising sea levels began swallowing the land gradually over thousands of years. Fishing trawlers working the North Sea have pulled up ancient tools, bones, and even a fragment of a skull from the seafloor, suggesting that the people who lived there left traces that the ocean never fully erased. In 2019, a research team recovered a piece of worked wood from the seabed that dated back over 9,000 years. The submerged area is estimated to have been roughly the size of modern-day Germany. The final blow is thought to have been a massive tsunami triggered by an underwater landslide off the coast of Norway around 6200 BC, known as the Storegga Slide, which likely swallowed whatever remained of the land in a matter of hours. Elephant seal deepest dive. In 2012, a female northern elephant seal was recorded diving to 1,735 meters, nearly 5,700 feet off the coast of California. For an air-breathing mammal, that's a depth that would kill most other animals outright. At that pressure, a human's lungs would collapse entirely. What makes elephant seals capable of this comes down to a few unusual biological adaptations. Their blood contains a significantly higher concentration of hemoglobin than most mammals, allowing them to store far more oxygen per breath. Their spleens are also proportionately massive, acting as a biological oxygen tank that floods the bloodstream with oxygenated red blood cells the moment they dive. On top of that, their bodies can tolerate carbon dioxide buildup at levels that would trigger an overwhelming urge to breathe in almost any other creature. Bishop fish. In 1546, a creature was reportedly caught in the Baltic Sea and brought before the King of Poland, described as having the rough shape of a man dressed in bishop's robes, with a mitre-like head, scaled skin, and arms resembling fins. The king allegedly offered to keep it alive, but the creature gestured to be released back into the sea, and after 4 days in captivity, it was let go. The bishop fish appears in the works of Guillaume Rondelet, a French naturalist who documented it alongside other sea creatures in the mid-1500s, treating it with the same tone he used for legitimate species. Similar creatures described as sea monks and sea bishops appear across European records from around the same period, suggesting the sightings weren't isolated to one region. The most commonly accepted explanation is that the creature was a large skate or ray, an angel shark, or possibly a giant squid, all of which can take on a vaguely humanoid shape depending on how they're oriented or how decomposed they are when found. Oceans are getting darker. A study published in 2025 found that over the past 2 decades, more than 21% of the global ocean has been getting measurably darker. This isn't about the deep sea, which has always been pitch black, but it's about the photic zone, the uppermost layer of the ocean where sunlight filters in and where around 90% of all marine life actually lives. The culprit is elevated concentrations of plankton, suspended particles, and other matter that interfere with how light travels through water, reducing how deep sunlight can penetrate. Near coastlines, agricultural runoff feeds algal blooms that cloud the water. In the open ocean, shifting sea surface temperatures and circulation changes are doing much the same thing further from shore. In nearly 10% of the world's oceans, the depth of the photic zone has shrunk by more than 50 meters, compressing the habitat that nearly all marine life depends on into an increasingly narrow band near the surface. More competition for resources, disrupted breeding cycles, degraded coral health, and a reduced capacity to absorb atmospheric carbon are all downstream consequences. Garfield phones. Since the late 1980s, plastic Garfield phones have been washing up on the beaches of Brittany in northwestern France. For decades, local environmental groups and residents cleaned them up without ever knowing where they were coming from. The phones just kept appearing, sometimes as whole handsets, sometimes in pieces with no obvious source. The mystery went unsolved for around 30 years. Then, in 2019, a local farmer came forward and revealed that he had known about a shipping container lodged inside a sea cave on the coast since the 1980s, one that was only accessible during very low tides. When investigators finally got inside, they found it was filled with the phones, a cargo container that had presumably fallen overboard during a storm decades earlier and wedged itself into the rock. Overboard livestock sightings. In September 1976, 9 cows went overboard from a barge passing under the Lionsgate Bridge in Vancouver. Several of them washed up on West Vancouver beaches, and a 1,500-pound cow was spotted by the Coast Guard still swimming 16 hours after going overboard. It's unclear how many survived. The live animal export trade has a longer and less amusing history with the ocean. Ships transporting livestock across long ocean voyages regularly deal with animals dying from heat, injury, or disease mid-voyage, and in the industry it has not been uncommon for the bodies to simply be thrown overboard rather than stored for the duration of the trip. In the autumn of 2025, the livestock carrier Spiridon II became the subject of an international scandal when nearly 3,000 cattle were left stranded at sea for weeks after multiple ports in Turkey refused to accept the ship. During that period, allegations surfaced that dead animals were being disposed of overboard while the situation dragged on unresolved. Antarctic long-finned whale. The Antarctic long-finned whale is an unidentified cetacean that has been reported in Antarctic and subantarctic waters across multiple sightings spanning more than a century. The first recorded account came in 1841 when James Clark Ross and ship's surgeon Robert McCormick spotted a high-finned whale in the Ross Sea that didn't match any known species. Then in 1902, zoologist Edward Wilson logged further sightings during Robert Scott's Discovery expedition, describing black animals with some white around the chin and saber-shaped dorsal fins measuring 3 to 4 feet long. The fin is the key detail. No known whale species in that region has a dorsal fin positioned that far toward the tail, or one that pronounced in shape. Cetologist Robert Clark and his colleagues logged 8 separate sightings of the same high-fin mystery whale off the coast of Chile over 4 days in November 1964, suggesting they weren't looking at a one-off anomaly. The most straightforward explanation is that these were misidentified killer whales, but researchers familiar with both species have generally pushed back on that. The animals were consistently described as around 20 to 30 feet long, noticeably smaller than an orca, and the fin placement doesn't match. Hadal Zone microplastics. The Hadal Zone refers to the deepest parts of the ocean, the trenches that plunge below 6,000 meters, completely lightless under crushing pressure, and about as far from human activity as it's possible to get while still being on this planet. And yet, microplastics have been found there in significant quantities. When researchers sampled sediment from the Mariana Trench in 2018, they found microplastic concentrations higher than those recorded in some of the most heavily polluted surface waters in the world. The deepest sample, taken from Challenger Deep at just under 11,000 meters, contained the highest concentration of the entire study. A separate expedition to 6 different deep ocean trenches across the Pacific found microplastics in every single one. The reason they accumulate so heavily at depth comes down to how particles move through the water column. Microplastics attach to organic matter and sink, and the geography of ocean trenches essentially acts as a funnel, drawing sediment and everything mixed into it downward and trapping it. Amphipods collected from the Mariana Trench had ingested microplastics in 100% of individuals tested, meaning the contamination has already worked its way into the food chain at the deepest point of the ocean, in a place humans have visited fewer than 30 times in history. Southern walrus. Walruses are strictly Arctic animals. They live in cold northern waters, haul out on sea ice, and have no business being anywhere near the southern hemisphere. And yet, accounts of walrus-like creatures spotted far south of the Arctic have surfaced repeatedly across multiple centuries and regions. Victorian naturalist James Hector collected accounts of tusked, walrus-like pinnipeds off the coast of New Zealand and believed that such an animal genuinely existed somewhere among the Antarctic ice floes. Thor Heyerdahl separately suggested that a Maori myth describing a tusked merman was actually a reference to a walrus. There are also historical records of tusked marine mammals reported off the coast of South Africa. One of the South African accounts comes from Francois Legois' 1707 travel memoir, which describes seeing a very large reddish sea creature off the Cape of Good Hope with long teeth or tusks. The fossil record does offer some indirect support for the idea. Walruses are thought to have originally evolved from a tropical or subtropical ancestor that became isolated in the Atlantic Ocean before gradually adapting to colder Arctic conditions, meaning the family wasn't always confined to the north. Whether any branch of that lineage quietly survived into the southern oceans is another matter entirely, and no specimen has ever been produced to confirm it. Sycamore Knoll. About 2,000 feet below the surface, roughly 6.6 miles off the coast of Malibu, sits an underwater formation called Sycamore Knoll. It's a raised mound with a strikingly flat, table-like top that looks almost too deliberate to be natural. Scientists have described it as an anomalous bathymetric high, a geological pop-up structure formed along a fault line, which is the accepted explanation. Most geologists aren't particularly troubled by it. When Google Earth imagery made the formation widely visible in 2014, speculation took off quickly, with some claiming it was an underwater alien base. The National UFO Reporting Center has logged multiple accounts of unidentified objects seen near the site, including one witness who described a cathedral-shaped structure glowing white before vanishing beneath the surface without a sound or splash. The same stretch of ocean, designated Warning Area 291, has also been the location of multiple documented military UAP encounters, including the 2004 Nimitz incident. Zombie worm. The Osedax worm, nicknamed the zombie worm, was only discovered in 2002 when researchers sent a remotely operated vehicle down to a gray whale carcass on the floor of Monterey Bay at around 3,000 meters depth. What they found covering the bones was something nobody had seen before, a dense mat of feathery worms with no mouth, no stomach, and no digestive system of any kind. What they do instead is drill directly into bone using acid-secreting root-like tissue, then absorb the lipids and proteins inside through symbiotic bacteria living within them. And the entire life cycle of the Osedax is built around whale falls, which, as mentioned before, is the term for a whale carcass that sinks to the ocean floor and becomes its own temporary ecosystem. The reproductive biology is equally strange. Every visible Osedax worm on a carcass is female. The males are microscopic, and dozens of them live permanently inside the body of each female, doing nothing except producing sperm. When researchers began examining whale bones recovered from museum collections, they found Osedax borings in those too, suggesting the worm had been quietly eating its way through bones for centuries before anyone noticed. Abyssal adaptive radiation. The abyssal zone sits between 4,000 and 6,000 meters below the surface. No sunlight, temperatures just above freezing, and pressure enough to crush most things humans have ever built. For a long time, scientists assumed it was mostly lifeless. It isn't. When researchers began properly sampling the abyssal plains, particularly the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, a roughly 6 million square kilometer stretch of Pacific seafloor between Hawaii and Mexico, over 80% of the animals brought up turned out to be species entirely new to science. Not variations on known species, but genuinely undescribed organisms that had been living down there completely unknown for potentially millions of years. The abyssal plain has been geologically stable for an extraordinary long time. Unlike shallow coastal environments, it isn't regularly disrupted by storms or seasonal changes. That stability creates isolated pockets of habitat where populations can split off and evolve independently over vast timescales, a process called adaptive radiation. The deep sea acts as an evolutionary greenhouse, slow and undisturbed enough for life to quietly branch into forms with no equivalent anywhere else on the planet. Kumarikundum/Lemuria connection. Kumarikundum is a sunken continent described in ancient Tamil literature said to have been a vast landmass stretching south of India into the Indian Ocean, home to a civilization that was swallowed by the sea in a series of catastrophic floods. Tamil texts describe it as the birthplace of language itself and the site of 3 successive literary academies spanning tens of thousands of years. The connection to Lemuria comes from the 19th century when British geologist Philip Slater noticed that lemur fossils appeared in both Madagascar and India but not in Africa. To explain this, he proposed a sunken landmass connecting the two regions and called it Lemuria. The idea was eventually made obsolete by plate tectonics, but by then it had already taken on a life of its own. Tamil scholars began mapping Slater's Lemuria onto Kumarikundum, merging a geological hypothesis with ancient mythology into something that looked like mutual corroboration. However, modern geology doesn't support a sunken continent in the Indian Ocean within any recent time frame. However, sea levels at the end of the last ice age were significantly lower, and land bridges did exist between parts of South and Southeast Asia that are now underwater, leaving just enough ambiguity for the legend to persist. Deep sea petroglyphs. At the end of the last ice age, sea levels rose by around 400 feet, swallowing coastlines that prehistoric people had lived on for thousands of years. Any rock art carved into those coastal surfaces went down with them, meaning an unknown number of petroglyphs, some potentially among the oldest human markings ever created, are now sitting on the ocean floor. One of the more striking examples is Cosquer Cave near Marseille, France. Its entrance sits 37 meters underwater, accessible only by diving through a submerged tunnel. Inside, the cave opens into a dry chamber lined with prehistoric paintings dating back as far as 27,000 years, including hand stencils, horses, and what appeared to be jellyfish. 3 divers died getting lost in the access tunnel before the cave was formally documented. Dam construction has created a more recent version of the same problem. When the Safe Harbor Dam was built in Pennsylvania in the early 1930s, entire petroglyph sites were permanently submerged. Researchers scrambled to document what they could, but much of the contextual information was lost in the process. What's interesting is that a significant number of petroglyphs across multiple cultures were deliberately carved onto surfaces that were already partially submerged during high tide, raising the question of whether water itself held some significance to the people making them. S.V. Seabird. In 1750, a merchant brig called the Seabird was spotted sailing towards Easton's Beach in Newport, Rhode Island with all her sails set. Witnesses watching from the shore noticed that nobody appeared to be on deck, yet the ship navigated around rocks and shallow water on its own before gently grounding itself on the beach. When people boarded her, they found a meal still cooking on the stove, untouched cargo, personal belongings left in place, and a dog on deck. The crew of 8 was gone. The longboat was missing, but nothing else was out of order. The most grounded explanation is that the crew spotted rough water near the shore, panicked, floated into the longboat, and were drowned trying to reach land, while the ship coincidentally found its own way to the beach. An 1885 newspaper story offered a more dramatic account involving a mutiny, with 2 surviving crewmen allegedly setting the ship adrift before slipping ashore under cover of darkness, one of whom supposedly confessed to the story decades later on his deathbed. Most historians, though, consider that account to be fiction written to sell papers. What makes the Seabird unusual compared to other ghost ship cases is how early it occurred. It predates the Mary Celeste by over a century, and no formal investigation was ever conducted. The details of the story also have shifted enough over time that some researchers consider the whole thing closer to legend than documented history, though local records from Newport do confirm that something happened. Marvin the Monster. In the early 1960s, Shell Oil Company deployed an underwater robot called MOBA off the Pacific coast to scan the seafloor for oil deposits. During one of its dives, operators watching the live feed spotted something unexpected. A long, slender creature, roughly 15 feet in length but only 6 inches in diameter, moving through the water in a distinctive corkscrew motion with ridges running along its body. They named it Marvin, after a word meaning friend of the sea. The footage was then sent to marine biologists in Los Angeles who couldn't reach a consensus. A salp chain, a siphonophore, and species like Helicosalpa virgula, which is known to move in a spiral pattern, were all proposed as candidates. The creature remained in view for over an hour. A similar sighting occurred the same year off Sandy Hook, New Jersey, where a marine biologist lowered in a shark cage described a transparent serpentine animal roughly 40 feet long and about 5 inches wide, though he later changed his identification to a giant oarfish. The footage has since been studied by leading marine biologists without a definitive conclusion. As the curator of fish at Marineland put it at the time, the only way to make a sure identification would be to have an actual specimen to examine, but none has ever been recovered. Giant headless glowing living fire hoses. This one comes entirely from a single anonymous post on an early internet news group, later tracked down and interviewed by cryptozoology researcher Chad Arment. The poster claimed that a friend of his, an undersea welder named George Hill, who went for Gulf oil in the Gulf of Mexico during the 1970s, had repeatedly encountered something he couldn't explain while working on oil rigs at depth. According to the account, Hill and his fellow welders grew accustomed to seeing what they described as a giant headless glowing living fire hose a long, tubular, bioluminescent creature that would appear from nowhere at extraordinary speed and streak past the divers for up to 15 minutes at a time. The post also mentioned a separate undescribed predator that apparently fed on the fire hoses. Hale reportedly quit the job because of what he was seeing, and he wasn't the only one. The most plausible explanations, though, point towards siphonophores or colonial organisms capable of reaching extreme lengths, which are known to exist in the Gulf and can produce bioluminescence. Some siphonophores have been recorded at over 150 feet long. The speed described is harder to account for. The account is anonymous and secondhand, but specific enough in its details that researchers have taken it seriously as a data point. No footage or physical evidence, though, has ever surfaced from the Gulf rigs to corroborate what the welders reportedly saw. Giant acorn worm. Acorn worms are soft, tube-shaped animals that live buried in seafloor sediment, have no eyes, no brain, and spend their time slowly processing mud for nutrients. Most species are unremarkable in size, but a species called Planktosphera pelagica has complicated that picture. The organism is only known from its larvae, large transparent spheres with ciliated feeding bands and a U-shaped digestive tract drifting through open water at depths between 250 and 1,660 feet. The larvae are significantly bigger than those of any other known acorn worm species, and because body size ratios between larval and adult stages tend to be consistent across related animals, some researchers have estimated that the adult could potentially reach around 9 feet in length. No adult has ever been found. There is an alternate explanation that avoids the giant adult entirely. It's possible the larvae are simply abnormally enlarged Tarnoreae of another acorn worm family, the Tychodaridae, that fail to metamorphose into adults, meaning the larvae themselves are the end of the line. That would account for why no adult form has ever been recovered or photographed. As it stands, Planktosphera pelagica remains one of the few animals on record where the adult stage is entirely unknown and has never been observed. Hate for sunfish. The ocean sunfish, or mola mola, is one of the heaviest bonefish on the planet, capable of reaching over 5,000 pounds and 14 feet across. A giant flat disc with fins, no real tail, and a permanent expression that gives the impression it has no idea where it is. The internet developed a peculiar hostility toward the sunfish around the mid-2010s, largely driven by a viral post describing it as a useless, stupid animal that exists only to die. The post linked everything that kills sunfish, which is essentially everything: birds, sea lions, sharks, parasites, boat propellers, jellyfish stings, and framed this as evidence that the animal had no business existing at all. Marine biologists pushed back on this fairly quickly. Sunfish are actually capable swimmers despite appearances, can dive to depths of over 600 meters to feed, and serve as a significant food source for larger predators. Their apparent clumsiness at the surface is largely because they come up to warm themselves after deep cold water dives, a form of thermoregulation. They also host an extraordinary number of parasites, over 40 recorded species, which is thought to be why they approach other fish and even divers, in what appears to be a request to be cleaned. Ghost of Steve Irwin. On September 4th, 2006, Steve Irwin died after a stingray barb pierced his heart while snorkeling at Bat Reef near Port Douglas, Queensland. The footage of the incident was filmed but has never been publicly released, with his family requesting it to be destroyed. In the years following his death, a former Italian Navy diver named Pino Termini claimed to have encountered Irwin's ghost while diving at the same reef. Termini, who had spent 7 years diving for the Italian Navy, described seeing a figure underwater with no oxygen tank or mask who swam toward him before he recognized the face. He described Irwin as looking calm and at peace, and said it felt as though he was watching over the spot where he died. The account is unverifiable and stands alone as a single witness report. Porphyrios. Porphyrios was a whale that reportedly terrorized the Propontis, The narrow sea, now known as the Sea of Marmara between modern Turkey and Greece, for roughly 50 years during the Byzantine period. The creature's name translates loosely to the Purple One, and Byzantine records describe it as enormous, capable of capsizing fishing boats and disrupting maritime traffic through one of the most heavily used waterways in the ancient world. According to the historian Procopius, Porphyrios was eventually driven ashore around 520 AD after becoming disoriented while chasing a school of dolphins into shallower water near the mouth of the Sangarius River, where it beached itself and was killed by locals. A second animal given the same name reportedly appeared decades later and was captured using nets. The most straightforward explanation is that Porphyrios was a sperm whale or possibly a right whale that had entered the Sea of Marmara through the Bosphorus and couldn't find its way back out. Both species are large enough to match the descriptions and capable of causing serious damage to small wooden vessels. The 50-year time frame has led some researchers to suggest the name referred to multiple different animals rather than one individual. Cuban underwater formation. In 2001, a team of researchers conducting sonar surveys off the western coast of Cuba stumbled across something unexpected at a depth of around 700 meters. The images showed what appeared to be a series of large, symmetrical stone structures spread across the seafloor, with regular geometric shapes that looked difficult to attribute to natural geological processes. The team, led by ocean engineer Paulina Zalitsky, described the formations as resembling an urban layout, with what appeared to be roads, pyramids, and buildings arranged across roughly 2 square kilometers of seafloor. The story generated significant media attention at the time, with speculation ranging from a sunken pre-Columbian city to a remnant of Atlantis. Cuban state media covered it extensively, and a documentary was produced. Zalitsky maintained that the formations were man-made and continued advocating for further investigation. The scientific community was considerably more cautious. Geologists pointed out that the depth at which the formations sit creates a significant problem for the human origin theory. For the structures to have sunk to 700 meters, the land would have needed to subside at a rate far beyond anything geologically plausible within a human timescale. The more widely accepted explanation is that the formations are the result of natural volcanic and tectonic activity, which is known to produce surprisingly regular geometric shapes in certain conditions. No follow-up expedition has produced evidence strong enough to settle the question definitively either way. Art Scholl crash footage. Art Scholl was one of the most accomplished aerobatic pilots in the United States, with decades of experience performing at air shows and working as a stunt pilot for Hollywood productions, including Top Gun. On September 16, 1985, he took off over the Pacific Ocean in his Pitts Special biplane to film a flat spin sequence for the movie. He entered the spin as planned, radioed that he had a problem and that it was serious, and then the aircraft went down into the ocean. Neither Scholl nor the plane was ever recovered. What makes the case unusual is the camera. Scholl was filming with an onboard camera at the time of the crash, and there has been persistent speculation over the decades about whether that footage survived, either lodged in recovered debris or somewhere in the ocean. No footage has ever been confirmed as recovered, and the production team has never publicly addressed whether anything was retrieved from the crash site. Colossal squid size upper estimates. The colossal squid is the largest invertebrate on the planet by mass. The largest specimen ever caught and measured was hauled up by a New Zealand fishing vessel in 2007 in Antarctic waters, weighing around 495 kilograms and measuring roughly 4.5 meters in length. That specimen is currently preserved at the Museum of New Zealand Te Papa Tongarewa and remains the most complete colossal squid ever examined. The upper estimates are where things get harder to pin down. Beaks recovered from the stomachs of sperm whales have been significantly larger than any beak found on a captured specimen, and because squid body size can be extrapolated from beak size, some researchers have used these to estimate that living colossal squid could potentially reach somewhere between 6 and 14 meters in length. The higher end of that range is considered speculative, but the beak evidence is physical and measurable rather than anecdotal. Trieste fish. The Trieste was a bathyscaphe that, on January 23, 1960, carried Zach Picard and Don Walsh to the bottom of Challenger Deep at around 10,916 meters, the deepest point in the ocean. What Picard reported seeing when they touched down has been debated ever since. Picard claimed to have observed a flatfish resting on the sediment, describing it as similar to a sole or flounder around 30 centimeters long. Walsh has been more cautious about the sighting over the years, and the two have given slightly differing accounts of what they actually saw. The porthole was small, visibility was limited, and sediment disturbed by the descent would have reduced clarity further. The biological problem is significant. True flatfish are not known to survive at Hadal depths, and the pressure at Challenger Deep is physiologically incompatible with the swim bladders most fish rely on. When the trench was revisited by more sophisticated equipment in later decades, the deepest fish on record were snailfish of the family Leporidae, specifically adapted to those conditions. No flatfish has ever been recorded anywhere close to that depth before or since. Whether Picard saw a fish, a sea cucumber, or something else entirely in those few moments at the bottom has never been resolved. Pantelleria Vecchia Bank Megalith. In 2015, researchers conducting sonar surveys in the Strait of Sicily discovered a large monolith sitting on the seafloor at a depth of around 40 meters, roughly 60 kilometers south of Sicily near the submerged Pantelleria Vecchia Bank. The stone was over 12 meters long, weighed an estimated 15 tons, and had clearly been broken into two pieces at some point. What drew immediate attention was that it had 3 evenly spaced holes carved through it, one running completely through the stone in a pattern that showed no resemblance to anything produced by natural geological processes. Dating of the surrounding sediment placed the site's submersion at around 9,350 years ago, meaning whoever carved the stone did so during the Mesolithic period, when the bank was still dry land above sea level. At that time, the Mediterranean was significantly lower than it is today, and the area would have been a small island or coastal shelf inhabited by prehistoric people. The researchers who published the find in the Journal of Archaeological Science were careful not to overstate what it meant, noting only that it demonstrated a level of technical ability and organized labor in the central Mediterranean significantly earlier than previously documented. Who made it, what it was used for, and whether other structures exist nearby remains unknown. Whistling Ghost Ship. The Whistling Ghost Ship refers to a piece of maritime folklore rooted in the Northumberland Strait, the body of water separating Prince Edward Island from New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. For centuries, sailors and coastal residents in the area have reported seeing a 3-masted schooner engulfed in flames drifting across the water, most commonly appearing in the months before winter and almost always preceding a storm. Accounts of the apparition date back to the 1700s and have continued into the modern era, with sightings reported as recently as the 20th century. The connection to whistling comes from one of the oldest superstitions in maritime culture, that whistling on a ship invites disaster by calling up wind and storms. Sailors historically forbade it entirely, and the Whistling Ghost Ship became a natural extension of that belief, a burning vessel that announces itself before bad weather arrives. No explanation has ever been formally offered for what witnesses are actually seeing. Ball lightning, reflections off the water, and mass suggestion have all been proposed at various points. Oil pit squid. In 1996, workers cleaning a sludge pit at the GMC Delphi Interior and Lightning plant in Anderson, Indiana, found several small grayish-red tentacled creatures swimming in a mixture of oil, antifreeze, and industrial chemicals used to manufacture plastic car parts. The creatures were around 6 to 8 inches long and roughly an inch in diameter. One was caught and placed in a jar where it sat in the factory for a month before anyone in management attempted to send it to a lab. By that point, it had disappeared, either thrown out or pocketed by curious employee. No creatures were found when the pit was cleaned the following year. The account appears in George Eberhardt's Mysterious Creatures, A Guide to Cryptozoology, which is where most of the documentation comes from. The original source traces back to a second-hand account from a worker in Indianapolis who heard the story from someone living in Anderson. Proposed explanations include mutated earthworms, large bacterial growth, an unknown parasite, or a hoax. Blood falls. In the Taylor Glacier in Antarctica, there is a fissure in the ice from which a deep red liquid seeps out and runs down into Lake Bonny below. From a distance, it looks unmistakably like a wound. When it was first discovered by geologist Griffith Taylor in 1911, the red coloration was initially attributed to algae. The actual explanation took considerably longer to work out. Beneath the glacier sits a pocket of ancient seawater sealed off from the atmosphere for an estimated 1.5 million years. The water is extremely salty, rich in iron, and completely devoid of oxygen. When it meets the air at the surface, the iron oxidizes almost immediately, producing the same rust red color as old blood. The water itself remains liquid, well below the normal freezing point because of how salty it is. What makes blood falls genuinely significant beyond its appearance too is what was found living inside it. Microbial communities have been discovered surviving in the brine with no sunlight, no oxygen, and in temperatures and salt concentrations that should be lethal to most known life. They sustain themselves through a chemical process involving sulfur and iron compounds, essentially breathing iron rather than oxygen. Cleary's fish. Around 1992, a British diver named Mike Cleary was conducting a seafloor survey off southeastern Japan in a diving bell at a depth of around 518 meters when a large animal appeared and began circling the vessel. Cleary described it as roughly 7 meters long, somewhat fish-like in shape, with horizontal body undulations, a single elongated dorsal fin, and no visible neck. Its head was compared to a seahorse with large cow-like eyes and teeth resembling those of a barracuda. He reported the sighting to researcher Malcolm Smith roughly 10 years later in 2002. No footage or physical evidence exists. The description doesn't match any confirmed deep-sea species, though several candidates have been proposed. The horizontal body undulations suggest a marine mammal rather than a fish, but the other features don't align neatly with any known cetacean. A highly aberrant oarfish has been suggested, as has an unidentified lobe-finned fish, though the coelacanth, the only known living lobe-finned fish, is considerably smaller and has a very different appearance. The 10-year gap between the sighting and when Cleary came forward, combined with the absence of any corroborating witness from the same dive, makes the account difficult to evaluate further. Franklin's Lost Expedition. In May 1845, two Royal Navy ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, departed England under the command of Sir John Franklin with 128 men and enough provisions for 3 years, bound for the Canadian Arctic to complete the Northwest Passage. They were last seen by European whalers in late July of that year in Baffin Bay. After that, nothing. When no word had arrived by 1848, rescue missions began. Over the following decade, more than 30 expeditions were sent to find them, making it one of the largest search operations in naval history at the time. What they eventually pieced together from Inuit accounts and scattered physical evidence was grim. The ships became icebound near King William Island in the winter of 1846 and never broke free. Franklin died in June 1847. The remaining crew abandoned the ships in April 1848 and attempted to walk south toward the Back River. None of them made it. Forensic analysis of recovered remains in the late 20th century found evidence of scurvy, tuberculosis, zinc deficiency, and critically, lead poisoning at levels severe enough to cause neurological damage, including confusion, paranoia, and impaired judgment. The lead is thought to have leached from the expedition's tinned food supply, which had been poorly soldered. HMS Erebus was then located on the seafloor in 2014, and HMS Terror was found 2 years later, both remarkably well preserved in the cold Arctic water. Miscovich Emeralds. In January 2010, Jay Miscovich and his diving partner Steve Elklep claimed to have discovered thousands of uncut emeralds scattered across the seafloor in the Gulf of Mexico, roughly 40 miles north of Key West in about 65 feet of water. Miscovich said he had bought a treasure map for $500 from a stranger he met at a bar, which led him to the site. Over subsequent dives, the two recovered what they claimed was around 150 pounds of emeralds, potentially worth millions. The find attracted significant media attention, including a 60-minute segment, and drew multiple lawsuits from competing salvage companies claiming ownership. It unraveled when lab tests revealed some of the stones were coated in modern epoxy, and a gem store owner in Jupiter, Florida confirmed he had sold Miscovich roughly $80,000 worth of uncut Colombian emeralds shortly before the supposed discovery. A court-appointed jeweler valued the entire collection at under $50,000. The federal judge overseeing the case noted there was no shipwreck, no provenance, and equal evidence to suggest the stones had simply been planted. Miscovich maintained his innocence through the legal proceedings and took his own life in October 2013. The emeralds themselves remained in legal limbo for years afterward, neither confirmed as salvage treasure nor formally confiscated, sitting in a vault in Pittsburgh while the courts decided what to do with them. Deepstaria enigmatica. Deepstaria enigmatica is a jellyfish so unusual that when footage of one surfaced online in 2012, it was briefly mistaken for an extraterrestrial organism. The animal has no tentacles in the conventional sense, instead spreading itself into an enormous thin membrane resembling a translucent sheet or bag that slowly shifts and folds in the water. The entire structure can reach around a meter across. It was first described in 1967 from fragmentary specimens, and for decades almost nothing was known about it beyond those initial samples. When ROV footage began capturing it intact in the deep sea, researchers were finally able to observe how it actually behaves. The membrane is thought to function as a passive trap, enveloping prey that drifts into contact with it rather than actively pursuing anything. What drew particular attention in the 2012 footage was a reddish object clearly visible inside the bell. This turned out to be an isopod of the genus Hyperia, a crustacean that lives commensally inside the jellyfish, feeding on its tissue and reproductive material. Cephalopod sapiens. The question of how intelligent cephalopods actually are has shifted considerably as more research has been conducted. Octopuses have demonstrated problem-solving, tool use, and individual personalities in laboratory settings. They have been filmed unscrewing jars from the inside, navigating mazes, and in documented cases, escaping their tanks at night to raid nearby fish tanks before returning to their own enclosure. A 2023 study showed cuttlefish could pass a version of the marshmallow test, holding out for a better food reward rather than taking the immediate option. What makes cephalopod intelligence unusual is the architecture behind it. Around 2/3 of an octopus's neurons are not in its brain but distributed throughout its arms, each of which can process information and respond to its environment semi-independently, operating something closer to a decentralized network rather than a single centralized mind. The sapiens question is harder to answer. Some octopuses have shown reactions to mirrors that researchers have interpreted as possible self-recognition, though the mirror test has limitations as a measure of self-awareness. Their lifespan, typically 1 to 2 years, is considered a significant constraint on how far their intelligence can develop, which has led some researchers to speculate about what a longer-lived cephalopod might theoretically be capable of. Timor Sea ground shark. According to Timorese accounts, the waters of the Timor Sea are home to a second large shark beyond the great white, one that science has never formally documented. Referred to as a ground shark, it is described as larger than a great white, pressing itself against the ocean floor with no prominent dorsal fin, lying in wait to ambush fish and reportedly people. The creature was first recorded in writing by Willie Ley in his 1941 book on unusual animals, drawing on local accounts from the region. The most commonly proposed explanation is that the ground shark is a giant wobbegong, a family of carpet sharks already known to inhabit Australasian waters, camouflage themselves on the seafloor, and attack divers and waders who get too close. The largest confirmed wobbegong species reach around 10 feet. The ground shark is described as significantly larger than that, and descriptions don't mention the distinctive facial tassels or cryptic patterning that wobbegongs are known for, which complicates a straightforward identification. And no specimen has ever been collected, and no footage has confirmed the animal's existence. Xenophyophores. Xenophyophores are single-celled organisms, but the term single-celled doesn't really prepare you for what they actually look like. Some species reach over 20 centimeters across, making them among the largest individual cells ever recorded. They live on the deep seafloor, building elaborate shells out of sediment particles, sponge spicules, and other gathered materials cemented together with their own waste products. Despite their size, everything visible is technically one cell, containing thousands of nuclei sharing the same cytoplasm. Some species accumulate heavy metals like lead, uranium, and radium in their shells at levels that would be toxic to virtually any other organisms, for reasons that aren't fully understood. They're also thought to function as habitat architects on the seafloor, with their physical structures providing shelter for smaller organisms and their feeding activity turning over sediment in ways that affect nutrient distribution. When the Mariana Trench was surveyed, xenophyophores were found at depths exceeding 10,600 meters, setting a record for the deepest known individual organism. How many species exist and what their full ecological role amounts to remains largely unknown. Firework jellyfish. The firework jellyfish lives at depths of around 4,000 to 500 feet in oxygen minimal zones across the Pacific, Atlantic, Antarctic, and Mediterranean. In the dark, it drifts as an almost completely transparent gelatinous mass, essentially invisible. What changes everything is light. When an ROV from the E/V Nautilus encountered one near the Revillagigedo archipelago off Baja California, the vessel's lights hit the jellyfish's radial canals, the internal channels that carry nutrients through its bell, and reflected back in a vivid starburst of yellow and pink. The display that the ROV camera captured looked almost exactly like a fireworks explosion, which is where the common name comes from. Without an artificial light source, no one watching would have seen anything at all. The species was first recorded in 1909 and has been rarely observed since. Not much is known about its behavior, venom, or life cycle, partly because encounters have been so infrequent and partly because no specimen has ever been collected in a way that allowed thorough study. It has a single opening that functions as both its mouth and its digestive exit, which it shares with all cnidarians. How it behaves in complete darkness, where it actually spends its entire life, remains largely a matter of inference. Chirodectes. Chirodectes maculatus is a species of box jellyfish so rarely encountered that it has only 2 confirmed sightings on record. The first was on May 2nd, 1997, when a specimen was caught near the outer edge of the Great Barrier Reef, about 43 kilometers off the coast of northeast Queensland. Researchers studied it for only a few hours before it deteriorated. It was too delicate to keep. Scientists were reluctant to dissect it, so observations were limited to its external features, a translucent bell around 15 centimeters tall with distinctive spotted markings, 4 groups of trailing tentacles, and a bright red organ visible through the center. The species wasn't formally described until 2005. The second sighting came in December 2021 when a diver with Scuba Ventures off Kavieng, Papua New Guinea filmed one near the surface, describing it as roughly the size of a soccer ball and notably fast. When the marine biologist who originally classified the genus examined the footage, she noted the coloration differed slightly from the 1997 specimen, with rings rather than solid spots, raising the possibility it could represent a closely related but entirely undescribed species. Despite being a box jellyfish, a family that includes some of the most venomous animals on the planet, Chirodectes showed no inclination to sting a volunteer's hand and forearm during the 1997 examination. Whether it is actually venomous remains unknown. Deep sea hexagons. Scattered across the floor of the mid-Atlantic ridge at depths of around 3,500 meters are fields of small hexagonal patterns pressed into the sediment. Each one is a poker chip-sized imprint made up of tiny holes arranged in rows that intersect at precisely 120 degrees, forming a near-perfect honeycomb grid. They were first photographed in 1976 by oceanographer Peter Rona, who recognized them as identical to a trace fossil called Paleodictyon, known from the geological record going back hundreds of millions of years. That connection is what makes them significant. Whatever creates this pattern has been doing so since before the dinosaurs, surviving every mass extinction in between. Despite decades of investigation, no animal has ever been extracted from the sediment beneath the holes. Core samples have revealed no body parts, no biological fibers, and no DNA. Several explanations have been proposed. The patterns may be burrow systems built by an unknown organism to farm chemosynthetic bacteria, using the hexagonal geometry to passively ventilate the tunnels. Alternatively, they may be the compressed remains of a glass sponge rather than a burrow at all. Rona spent much of his career searching for the answer and never found one. Freedom. On December 17, 1988, a 23-year-old journalism student named Lisa Bishop left Miami aboard an 82-foot freighter called the Freedom, bound for Haiti with a German captain named Florian Meyer-Bauch and 7 Haitian crew members. She never arrived. The Coast Guard received no distress signal, found no wreckage, and search aircraft covering the old Bahamas Channel turned up nothing. Months later, an underwater salvager came forward claiming he had seen the Freedom docked at Grand Cayman Island in January 1989, weeks after it disappeared, over 500 miles west of its intended destination. Residents of the island corroborated the sighting and recalled seeing Borsch there in the company of an unidentified man. When investigators followed up, Borsch had already vanished again. He has never been formally located and remains wanted for questioning. The Coast Guard's practical explanation is that the Gulf Stream in the Florida Straits can produce sudden, violent storms that erase ships and any evidence of them with very little warning. The Grand Cayman sightings complicate that theory considerably. There has been speculation that the Freedom was involved in smuggling and that a man named Felipe from Haiti who had chartered the vessel may have also been involved. Neither Lisa Bishop, Florian Meyer-Bauch, the Haitian crew, nor the Freedom itself have ever been conclusively located. Philippine flying crustacean. Between December 1912 and August 1913, American zoologist Dean Worcester reported seeing transparent crustaceans shaped like crayfish or shrimp, between 5 and 9 inches long, leaping out of the water near the coast of Palawan in the Philippines on 3 separate occasions. On the final sighting in Malampaya Sound, he was accompanied by entomologist Willie Schultz, who witnessed the same thing. Worcester published his account in the Philippine Journal of Science in 1914, treating it as a straightforward zoological observation rather than a sensational claim. No specimen was ever collected. Flying fish are well documented, and several species of small shrimp are known to leap from the water to escape predators, but nothing matching Worcester's description has ever been formally identified. The transparency of the animals and their crustacean body shape rule out the most obvious candidates. Worcester was a credentialed zoologist with years of fieldwork in the Philippines, which makes casual misidentification harder to apply, though the absence of any physical evidence leaves the account unverifiable. Enceladus Ocean. Enceladus is one of Saturn's moons and for a long time it appeared to be nothing more than a small, reflective ball of ice. That changed in 2005 when NASA's Cassini spacecraft photographed geysers of water vapor erupting from the moon's south pole, shooting material hundreds of kilometers into space. Somewhere beneath the ice, there was liquid water. Subsequent flybys confirmed a global subsurface ocean sitting between the rocky core and the outer ice shell, kept liquid by tidal heating from Saturn's gravitational pull. When Cassini flew through the plumes, its instruments detected water, ice, salt, silica, carbon dioxide, methane, and molecular hydrogen, which on Earth is produced by hydrothermal reactions between hot rock and water, the same process that sustains ecosystems around deep-sea vents with no sunlight. The presence of hydrothermal activity beneath an extraterrestrial ocean is considered one of the strongest indicators of potential habitability found anywhere in the solar system. The organic chemistry detected in the plumes was complex enough that researchers have been deliberate in how they describe it, noting that identical conditions exist around the Earth's hydrothermal vents where life thrives entirely independent of the sun. A dedicated mission to sample the plumes more thoroughly has been proposed but not yet funded. Jerome of Sandy Cove. In September 1863, a young man was found on a beach at Sandy Cove, Nova Scotia, by a group of local residents. Both of his legs had been freshly amputated just below the knee, the wounds still raw, and he was left alone on the shore with a small amount of food and water nearby. He was conscious but never spoke another word for the rest of his life, not a single identifiable word in any language, despite living for another 49 years. He was taken in by a local Acadian family and eventually became known simply as Jerome, a name reportedly given to him after he appeared to respond to it once. He became something of a local curiosity, drawing visitors who came to ask him questions he never answered, and the Nova Scotia government paid a small stipend for his care. He died in 1912. The mystery of who he was and where he came from has never been resolved. One theory holds that he was a European sailor who had been punished by his shipmates, deliberate amputation being an extreme but historically documented form of discipline at sea. Another suggests he was a man named Gambi from Trieste, Italy, who had been cast ashore after refusing to participate in some unnamed criminal enterprise. Neither theory has ever been substantiated. Whether Jerome was genuinely unable to speak or simply refused to has been debated ever since, and the question has never been answered. Brines cetaceans. Captain Willem Frederik Jacob Moser Brines was a Dutch naval officer who spent decades at sea and, by his own account, observed more cetaceans in the wild than almost any other person of his era. After retiring, he published a field guide of whales and dolphins in 1971, cataloging all known cetacean species alongside several that science has never formally recognized. Among the creatures described entirely from his own sightings were the Alula whale, a sepia brown animal resembling a killer whale but with a rounder forehead and distinctive white star-shaped scars, spotted in the Gulf of Aden, and the Iligan dolphin observed in pods off the coast of Mindanao in the Philippines, with orange and yellow flanks and a plowshare-shaped head unlike anything in the existing record. Mainstream cetology has treated his undescribed species cautiously, and some entries have since been attributed to known animals. The Iligan dolphin bears a resemblance to the melon-headed whale, which became better documented after his sightings. Others remain unresolved. A second officer on a commercial vessel independently reported seeing what he identified as an Alula whale in the Indian Ocean in 1987, filing the sighting with the Marine Observer Journal. Crowhurst Manifesto. In October 1968, Donald Crowhurst entered the Sunday Times Golden Globe race, a competition to become the first person to sail solo and non-stop around the world. He was an amateur sailor with an untested boat and significant financial pressure riding on the outcome. Within weeks of departing, it became clear his vessel was not seaworthy enough to complete the journey. Rather than turn back and face financial ruin, he began falsifying his position logs, drifting in the South Atlantic while radioing in fabricated coordinates that suggested he was making good progress around the globe. As the months passed and other competitors dropped out, Crowhurst found himself in a position where finishing the race, even in third place, would trigger scrutiny of his logs and expose the fraud. The pressure appears to have broken him. His boat, the Tynemouth Electron, was found adrift in the Atlantic in July 1969 with no one on board. His logbooks were recovered intact, revealing both the deception and, in the final pages, a philosophical manifesto of deteriorating coherence in which he described achieving a kind of cosmic understanding and wrote that he would step outside time. The last genuine log entry was dated June 29, 1969. His body was never found. The Tynemouth Electron still exists, sitting abandoned and rotting on the beach of Cayman Brac, where it was eventually run aground. The case remains one of the more psychologically complex disappearances in sailing history. Pink see-through Fantasia. The pink see-through Fantasia is a sea cucumber discovered in 2007 during an expedition to the Celebes Sea, found at depths of around 2,500 meters. Its common name was coined by the Census of Marine Life, and it's one of the more visually striking deep-sea animals on record. The body is almost entirely transparent with a pink tinge, and the internal organs are clearly visible through the body wall, including the digestive system actively processing food. A ring of feeding tentacles surrounds the mouth at one end. What makes it unusual even among sea cucumbers is that it swims. Most sea cucumbers are strictly bottom-dwelling animals that move slowly across the seafloor. This species has been filmed lifting off the sediment and moving through open water using a rippling motion along its body wall, which is not a behavior associated with its close relatives. Antarctica scaleworm. Scaleworms are a family of polychaete worms found across a range of marine environments, generally small and unremarkable. The Antarctic version is neither. Eulogisca gigantea reaches around 20 centimeters in length and carries a set of retractable jaws that, when extended, are large enough relative to its body size to make it one of the more visually alarming animals in polar seas. When photographs circulated online in 2019, the reaction was immediate. The jaws, normally hidden inside the body, extend outward, lined with sharp golden bristles, and the overall appearance when the mouth is open generated significant attention for an animal most people had never heard of. Despite its appearance, not much is known about how it actually eats or how it hunts. It lives at depths down to around 900 meters beneath Antarctic waters, and the specimens collected and studied are few enough that basic questions about its biology remain unanswered. Guam marine salamander. In 2004, a post appeared on a Japanese cryptid enthusiast forum from someone who claimed to have had an unusual encounter while snorkeling in the waters off Guam. The poster said that while observing sea cucumbers on the seafloor, a creature appeared that resembled a giant salamander, four-limbed with a tail and colored similarly to the sea cucumbers around it. They said they rushed to the shore immediately after seeing it and didn't go back. Forum members suggested a saltwater crocodile as the most likely explanation, which are known to occasionally appear in Pacific Island waters. A misidentified tawny nurse shark was also proposed, as the species can appear bulky and unfamiliar to inexperienced snorkelers. The poster never responded to any of the follow-up questions and never posted on the forum again, leaving both the explanation and the account itself unresolved. There's no corroborating sighting, no photograph, and the original post is the only record of the encounter. Bright red camouflage. Red is not a color that most people associate with camouflage. On land or near the ocean surface, a bright red animal stands out immediately. But past a certain depth, red light is absorbed and scattered by water before it can reach the animal, meaning there's no red wavelength present to reflect off the creature's body. To any predator below 200 meters, a red animal appears as black as the surrounding darkness. This is why a disproportionate number of deep-sea animals are vivid red. Shrimp, jellyfish, squid, and fish across many unrelated species have all independently evolved the same coloration for the same reason. It functions as effective invisibility in an environment with no red light to expose it. Heyerdahl's sightings. In 1947, Norwegian explorer Thor Heyerdahl and 5 companions set out from Callao, Peru on a balsa wood raft called the Kon-Tiki, crossing roughly 6,900 kilometers of open Pacific Ocean over 101 days to prove that ancient South Americans could have reached Polynesia by sea. Traveling at water level on a raft gave the crew an unusually close view of the ocean surface and what moved beneath it, something that voyagers on conventional vessels rarely experience. During the journey, Heyerdahl reported seeing strange phosphorescent creatures alongside the raft in the middle of the night, describing them as large and unknown. The accounts are frustratingly vague on what they actually look like beyond the fact that they were producing their own light in the darkness. No formal description was ever recorded in enough detail to allow identification. The most commonly proposed explanation is firefly squid, a bioluminescent species found in the western Pacific at depths of around 200 to 370 meters, each tentacle carrying a photophore organ that produces light. Large congregations at the surface at night could produce exactly the kind of glowing, unidentifiable display the crew described. However, firefly squid are only around 3 inches long at maturity, which makes them a difficult fit for accounts describing extremely large creatures. The sightings were significant enough to be depicted in the 2012 Norwegian film about the expedition, and similar imagery appears in the film adaptation of Life of Pi, which drew directly from Heyerdahl's accounts for its night ocean sequences. Jupiter's influence on tides. Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system with a mass roughly 318 times that of Earth, and its gravitational influence extends across enormous distances. Its direct tidal pull on Earth's oceans is measurable but extremely small, somewhere around 1% of the Moon's tidal influence at closest approach, contributing nothing noticeable to sea levels or tidal patterns on any given day. Where Jupiter's influence becomes more significant is over geological timescales. Its gravitational interaction with the other planets subtly perturbs Earth's orbital parameters over cycles of tens of thousands of years, influencing axial tilt, orbital shape, and distance from the Sun. These variations, known as Milankovitch cycles, are directly linked to the timing of ice ages, which in turn have had dramatic effects on sea levels and ocean circulation. The last ice age lowered sea levels by around 120 meters, exposing land bridges and coastal shelves that are now entirely submerged. Jupiter doesn't move the tides on any given morning, but its long-term gravitational influence has shaped the oceans in ways that are still visible today. Giant ring on ocean surface. In 2014, NASA's Terra satellite captured an image southwest of Hawaii showing a near-perfect circle of clouds sitting on the ocean surface, roughly 280 miles across. The ring was bright white, sharply defined, and isolated from any surrounding weather system, which is what drew immediate attention. A cloud formation that geometrically precise, appearing in otherwise open ocean with no obvious meteorological context, wasn't something researchers had a straightforward explanation for. The leading theory is that the ring was produced by an internal ocean wave, a wave that travels not on the surface but along the boundary between layers of water with different temperatures and densities deep below. When these internal waves reach a certain size, they can disturb the surface enough to affect atmospheric moisture and cloud formation in a circular pattern above them. The ocean around Hawaii sits above an underwater ridge system capable of generating exactly this kind of wave. Deep sea pathogens. The deep sea has historically been considered too isolated and inhospitable to harbor significant pathogenic organisms. That assumption has shifted as sampling technology has improved and researchers have begun finding microbial communities at depth that are far more complex than previously understood. Studies sampling sediment from hadal environments have found bacteria carrying antibiotic resistance genes, including resistance to last resort antibiotics, in locations with no direct human contact. How resistance developed in environments so isolated from medical use is not fully understood. Rising ocean temperatures are also changing deep-sea circulation in ways that bring cold, deep water closer to the surface, potentially transporting microbial communities into shallower environments where they interact with coastal ecosystems for the first time. A 2023 study found Vibrio bacteria, a genus responsible for serious human infections, colonizing plastic debris collected from deep Atlantic water, suggesting a transport mechanism from depth to surface that didn't previously exist. The Casey Nicole. On April 12, 1990, 4 commercial fishermen set out from Georgia aboard a snapper boat called the Casey Nicole for a 7-day expedition in the Atlantic. The second morning at sea, one of the crew, Nathan Neesmith, woke to find the boat riding sluggishly and taking on water. The bilge pumps weren't working, the power failed shortly after, and with no radio and no way to stop the flooding, the 4 men abandoned ship onto a deteriorating life raft with a hole in it. When the raft began sinking, they relocated to a floating hatch cover from the boat. Nathan then made the decision to swim back to the hull of the Casey Nicole, several miles away against the protests of the others. It took him nearly a full day. By the time he looked back, his brother Billy Joe, his nephew Keith, and their friend Franklin were gone. He spent 4 days clinging to the hull before being rescued. The other 3 were never found. What kept the case open was what came after. In the months following the disappearance, Nathan's family and the boat's owner received a series of phone calls from a man speaking heavily accented English and Spanish, who appeared to know the names of the missing men. The last call stated that he was bringing one of them home. No one ever arrived. The 3 men were officially declared dead, though their families never accepted that conclusion. Nathan believed the freighter he had seen circling the area that morning had pulled them from the water, and that whoever it belonged to had reasons not to come forward. Cephalopods are aliens. The theory that cephalopods have an extraterrestrial origin traces back to a 2018 paper published in the journal Progress in Biophysics and Molecular Biology by a group of researchers that included astrophysicist Chanda Wickramasinghe, a known proponent of panspermia, the idea that life can travel between planets on comets or meteorites. The paper proposed that the Cambrian explosion, the relatively sudden appearance of complex animal life in the fossil record around 540 million years ago, could not be fully explained by terrestrial evolution alone, and suggested that frozen eggs or genetic material arriving from space may have contributed. Cephalopods were singled out specifically because of the complexity of their nervous systems, their camera-like eyes which evolved independently of vertebrate eyes, and the discovery that octopuses can edit their own RNA in real time, an ability almost unheard of in other animals. The paper was met with significant criticism from mainstream biologists who pointed out that the features cited as evidence of alien origin all have plausible evolutionary explanations that don't require anything extraterrestrial. The camera eye in particular has evolved independently multiple times on Earth across completely unrelated lineages. Mongitore's whale. In 1741, a large marine animal washed ashore at Licata, Sicily, and was documented by a local scholar named Mongitore. The creature was described as 45 feet long and 23 feet in circumference, with 2 dorsal fins, a blowhole, powerful teeth, and a 10-foot tail. Mongitore drew it alongside a sperm whale and a false killer whale that had stranded in the same region around the same period, and a scientific name, Oxypteris mongitori, was later assigned to it by naturalist Rafinesque in 1814. The 2 dorsal fins are the detail that has kept the case open. No confirmed cetacean species has 2 dorsal fins, and the feature connects Mongitore's animal to other accounts across different centuries, including the rhinoceros dolphin sighted in 1819 and a baleen whale with 2 dorsal fins reported by Italian zoologist Giloili in 1884. Whether these accounts describe the same unknown species or separate unrelated animals has never been determined. Proposed explanations include a misidentified basking shark, though basking sharks are filter feeders with negligible teeth and no double dorsal fin. A juvenile basilosaurus, a prehistoric toothed whale growing up to 80 feet long whose fossils have been found near Egypt, has also been suggested. In 2023, cytologist Tom Jefferson formally designated Oxypterus mangiatori a nomen dubium, meaning a name of doubtful standing, leaving the identity of whatever washed ashore in Sicily unresolved. Lapu-Lapu Ridge. The Lapu-Lapu Ridge is an underwater formation northeast of Saipan in the Pacific, and it became the subject of significant online speculation after Google Earth imagery appeared to show unusual linear tracks and geometric patterns running across the seafloor for hundreds of miles. The tracks form right-angle turns, run in parallel lines, and in some places appear to pass directly through underwater mountain ranges, which proponents of the mystery argue rules out any natural geological explanation. The speculation around the site ranges from covert military operations to autonomous deep-sea mining vehicles to extraterrestrial activity. A large spherical object visible in some of the imagery has been described as an enormous roving structure responsible for the tracks. The geological explanation is less dramatic. The region actually sits along an extinct ocean floor spreading center in the Philippine Sea, an area with a well-documented history of tectonic activity. Linear features, fault lines, and abyssal ridges produced by ancient spreading events are common in the area and can produce surprisingly regular geometric patterns. The tracks that appear to run through mountains are more likely the result of sonar imaging artifacts and bathymetric data stitched together from multiple surveys at different resolutions, a known limitation of publicly available ocean floor mapping. Challenger Deep is Hollow Earth Gateway. The Hollow Earth theory in its various forms has existed for centuries, but the specific attachment to Challenger Deep is a more recent development, circulating primarily through conspiracy forums and fringe media in the 2010s. The core claim is that the Mariana Trench, and Challenger Deep specifically, serves as an entrance point to a vast interior world existing inside the planet, either inhabited by an advanced civilization, remnant prehistoric life, or extraterrestrial beings using it as a base of operations. The theory draws on the fact that Challenger Deep remains one of the least visited places on Earth, with fewer than 30 confirmed descents in history, and that the conditions at the bottom make thorough investigation extremely difficult and expensive. Proponents point to anomalous sonar readings, unexplained sounds recorded in the region, and the proximity of Challenger Deep to Point Nemo, the most remote location on Earth's surface, as supporting evidence. The geological reality is that the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, where the Pacific Plate is being forced beneath the Mariana Plate at a rate of a few centimeters per year. The trench floor is solid basaltic rock sitting on top of mantle material, with no physical space for cavities of any meaningful size. Seismic imaging of the region has mapped the subsurface structure in considerable detail and found nothing inconsistent with standard subduction geology. Deep sea batteries / dark ocean. In 2023, researchers studying polymetallic nodules on the floor of the Clarion-Clipperton Zone in the Pacific made an observation that contradicted one of the more fundamental assumptions in ocean science. The nodules, potato-sized lumps of manganese, iron, and other metals that have been forming on the abyssal plain over millions of years, appeared to be producing oxygen in complete darkness at depths where photosynthesis is impossible. The discovery was published in 2024 and immediately attracted both significant interest and significant skepticism. The lead researcher, Andrew Sweetman, reported that oxygen sensors placed near the nodule fields were recording rising oxygen levels rather than the consumption readings expected in a lightless environment. The term dark ocean was coined to describe the phenomenon. The proposed mechanism was that the nodules were acting as natural batteries, generating enough voltage through electrochemical reactions between seawater and their metallite surfaces to split water molecules and release oxygen. The implications pulled in two directions simultaneously. On one hand, a natural abiotic source of oxygen on the deep sea floor would have significant consequences for understanding how life first emerged on Earth before photosynthesis evolved. On the other hand, the Clarion-Clipperton Zone is the primary target for commercial deep-sea mining operations, with multiple companies holding extraction licenses for the nodule fields. Several other research teams attempted to replicate Sweetman's findings and reported that sensor contamination and measurement error could account for the readings. The debate over whether dark oxygen is a genuine phenomenon remains active and unresolved. Supermassive siphonophore. In April 2020, a research team from the Schmidt Ocean Institute was surveying submarine canyons off Western Australia when their ROV encountered what appeared to be a curtain of thin white strings hanging in the water. It was a single animal, a siphonophore of the species Apolemia, arranged in an enormous spiral estimated at 150 meters in length, making it the longest biological structure ever recorded. Siphonophores are colonial organisms made up of thousands of individual zooids, each a genetically identical clone specializing in a different function, some handling propulsion, others digestion, others stinging prey. The entire structure operates as a coordinated unit despite being composed of what are technically separate organisms. The 2020 specimen had unfurled part of its spiral into a straight feeding curtain nearly 50 meters across, designed to intercept whatever drifted through it. At that scale, the net covered an area large enough to engulf a school bus many times over. The species had been known to science before the sighting, but nothing close to that size had ever been documented, and the upper limit of how large Apolemia can grow remains unknown. Reverse Tiktaalik. Tiktaalik rosei is one of the most well-known transitional fossils in the record, a 375 million-year-old fish discovered in Arctic Canada with fins sturdy enough to prop itself up and a skull shape partway between a fish and a land animal, representing the point when vertebrates began moving from water to land. What complicated the picture was a fossil found on the same expedition sitting in a jar for 15 years before being examined closely. Named Kikiktania wakei, it was initially assumed to be a juvenile Tiktaalik. CT scanning revealed otherwise. Its upper arm bone was smooth and boomerang-shaped, lacking the muscle attachment points needed to support a body on land. Rather than transitioning toward land, Kikiktania appeared to be an animal that had reversed course, returning to open water after its ancestors had already begun developing terrestrial features. The implication is that the transition from water to land wasn't a single directional process, but a more complicated one, with some lineages moving toward land while closely related ones turned back. Some researchers remain skeptical, suggesting the unusual arm bone could be a result of the fossil being crushed during preservation rather than evidence of a distinct evolutionary trajectory. Megalodon with blue shark morphology. A recurring concept in the speculative evolution community imagines Megalodon with a body plan closer to a blue shark than a great white. Where traditional reconstructions depict a stocky, heavy-built predator, the blue shark morphology version proposes a long, slender body with elongated pectoral fins and a narrower snout, reducing overall mass in favor of speed and agility. The result would be an animal built for open water pursuit rather than ambush, capable of rapid acceleration and long-distance hunting across oceanic ranges. The concept gained traction in online speculative biology spaces, partly because of a legitimate 2024 study from UC Riverside that proposed the Megalodon's actual body plan may have been more streamlined than the great white model, lending some scientific adjacency to the idea, even if the blue shark comparison goes further than the published research does. Speculative evolution as a hobby sits at the intersection of paleontology and creative biology, using real evolutionary principles to model creatures that could plausibly have existed under different conditions. Deep sea sonic boom. When a supersonic aircraft crosses the ocean, the shockwave it produces doesn't stop at the water's surface. It penetrates downward, carrying pressure and sound into the ocean below. The waveform changes as it enters the water, losing its sharp profile and shedding higher frequencies, but at shallow depths, the pressure levels remain measurable and significantly elevated above background ocean noise. Sonic booms have been observed to penetrate to depths of around 100 to 160 feet, though a separate infrasound effect produced by the boom's contact with the surface may carry considerably deeper. The ocean's own surface waves can focus and amplify the pressure in ways that standard flat ocean models underestimate. The concern is what this means for marine life. Most supersonic flight is restricted to overwater routes because it was banned over land, meaning the ocean absorbs the majority of sonic boom activity generated by military and experimental aircraft worldwide. Research on underwater noise pollution at similar frequencies shows measurable negative effects on marine reproduction, communication, and physical health. With the new generation of commercial supersonic aircraft in development, the question of cumulative noise exposure along heavily used oceanic flight corridors has become considerably more relevant. Deep sea silicone-based life. The chemistry of life on Earth is built entirely around carbon. Carbon bonds readily with other elements, form stable chains and rings, and can produce the enormous variety of complex molecules that biology depends on. Silicon sits directly below carbon on the periodic table, shares many of its bonding properties, and has been proposed as a theoretical alternative basis for life since the 19th century. The deep sea is where the idea gets some of its most serious attention. Silicon is abundant on the ocean floor, and certain organisms already incorporate it heavily into their biology. Diatoms build their cell walls from silica. Glass sponges construct elaborate skeletal frameworks from silicon dioxide that are strong enough to survive millions of years in the fossil record. Radiolarians produce intricate silica shells of a complexity and geometric precision that still aren't fully understood. None of these are silicon-based life in the strict sense. They are carbon-based organisms that use silicon structurally. The deeper question is whether a genuinely silicon-based biochemistry, one where silicon forms the backbone of something analogous to DNA or proteins, could function under the extreme cold and pressure of the deep ocean, conditions that would suppress some of the chemical instabilities that make silicon a poor candidate for biology at surface temperatures. No evidence of truly silicon-based organisms has ever been found anywhere on Earth. The concept remains theoretical, though the prevalence of silicon in deep-sea biology is sometimes cited as circumstantial reason to keep the question open. Deep-sea Lazarus taxon hotspot. A Lazarus taxon is a species that disappears from the fossil record for a significant period and then reappears, either as a living specimen or in younger rock layers. The coelacanth is the most famous example, vanishing from the fossil record 65 million years ago before turning up alive off South Africa in 1938. The deep sea has produced a disproportionate number of these rediscoveries, to the point where some researchers have described it as a refuge where species thought extinct have been quietly persisting. The reasons are fairly straightforward. The deep ocean is one of the most stable environments on Earth, largely insulated from the surface events that have driven mass extinctions throughout geological history. Species pushed out of shallower environments by competition or environmental change may have retreated downward and survived in conditions that left almost no fossil trace, since deep-sea sediment preservation is patchy and rarely sampled. For instance, the Monoplacophoron neopilina, a primitive mollusk known only from Cambrian fossils for over 400 million years, was dredged alive from the Pacific in 1952. The frilled shark, with a body plan largely unchanged from 80 million-year-old fossils, lives in deep water globally. Chesapeake Bay Ancient Ocean. The Chesapeake Bay sits directly on top of one of the largest confirmed asteroid impact craters in the United States, a structure roughly 85 miles wide buried beneath the southern end of the bay and the surrounding Virginia coastline. The impact occurred around 35 million years ago during the Eocene epoch, when the region was covered by a shallow sea. The asteroid punched through the seafloor and excavated a crater deep enough to permanently alter the geology of the entire mid-Atlantic coastal plain. The crater's presence has had measurable consequences that persist today. The impact shattered the bedrock and created a zone of fractured, porous rock that has since filled with ancient seawater trapped since the Eocene, water that is significantly saltier than the modern ocean and essentially unconnected to any current hydrological system. This buried brine is slowly migrating upward through the fractured rock, contributing to the unusually high salinity of groundwater across a large part of southeastern Virginia and making the region's aquifers increasingly unusable for drinking water. The crater also caused the land above it to subside, and that subsidence has continued gradually ever since. The southern Chesapeake Bay region has one of the highest rates of relative sea level rise on the entire Atlantic coast, a combination of ongoing crater-related settling and broader coastal processes that is gradually swallowing low-lying land along the shoreline. Siphonophore-based biological computer. Siphonophores, as we mentioned before, are colonial organisms made up of thousands of genetically identical zooids, each specializing in a different physiological role. The biological computer comparison comes from the structural parallels between how a siphonophore colony processes and responds to information and how a distributed computing network operates. Each zooid receives sensory input and contributes to a collective response without any centralized brain or nervous system directing the process. The decision-making is emergent, arising from the interaction of thousands of simple units rather than being generated by a single controlling structure. Researchers studying colonial organisms have noted that the coordination displayed by siphonophores during hunting, the way the colony adjusts its feeding posture, spacing, and movement in response to prey, suggests a level of integrated information processing that isn't fully explained by simple reflex chains. Whether this constitutes something genuinely analogous to computation in a meaningful sense, or whether the comparison is more metaphorical than mechanistic, is an open question in theoretical biology. 47 degrees 9 minutes south, 126 degrees 43 minutes west. So these coordinates are a set of coordinates in the South Pacific Ocean, roughly 1,500 miles off the coast of Chile, sitting in some of the most remote open water on the planet. The coordinates themselves are unremarkable on any map. What attached significance to them is H.P. Lovecraft. In his 1926 story, The Call of Cthulhu, Lovecraft placed the sunken city of R'lyeh, home of the sleeping cosmic entity Cthulhu, at almost exactly these coordinates. Lovecraft wrote before deep ocean mapping existed in any meaningful form, and the specific location appears to have been chosen for its remoteness rather than any particular geographical significance. What nobody expected was for the coordinates to become notable for reasons outside of fiction. The location sits close to where the bloop was recorded in 1997, the unidentified underwater sound picked up by hydrophones thousands of miles apart. The bloop has since been attributed to Antarctic ice fracturing, but the geological coincidence with Lovecraft's coordinates was noted immediately when the sound became public and contributed significantly to the stories spread online. The coordinates also sit within the general vicinity of Point Nemo, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility and the designated crash site for deorbiting spacecraft. The clustering of genuinely strange or remote phenomena around a location a writer invented in 1926 has given the coordinates a sort of persistent presence. Monumental squid. In November 1878, a giant squid washed ashore at Glover's Harbor in Newfoundland, measuring an estimated 55 feet from the tip of its mantle to the end of its longest tentacles. At the time, it was considered the largest specimen ever recorded, and it remains one of the most frequently cited size references in discussions about how large Architeuthis ducks can actually grow. The scientific record on giant squid size is complicated by the fact that tentacles stretch significantly after death, making length measurements unreliable compared to mantle length alone. The 1878 specimen's mantle was recorded at around 7 feet, with the remaining length made up by 2 elongated feeding tentacles. Some researchers have argued the total length figure has been overstated as a result. In 2001, the community of Glover's Harbor erected a 55-foot life-sized concrete sculpture of the squid at what is now called the Giant Squid Interpretation Site, commemorating the 1878 find. The monument sits in one of the more unlikely settings for a landmark of its kind, a small outport community on the Newfoundland coast with a population of a few hundred people. Newfoundland waters have historically produced more giant squid strandings than almost anywhere else on Earth, partly due to the cold, deep water of the Labrador Current that runs close to shore and provides suitable habitat for the species. Non-Euclidean sea slug. The frilled, ruffled edges of sea slugs, specifically nudibranchs, are physical manifestations of hyperbolic geometry, a form of mathematics that human mathematicians spent roughly 2,000 years trying to prove was impossible. In hyperbolic space, the rules taught in standard geometry don't apply. The angles of a triangle add up to less than 180 degrees, and parallel lines behave in ways that directly contradict Euclid's foundational axioms. When mathematicians finally confronted its logical validity in the early 19th century, the reaction was genuinely unsettled. The mathematician Carl Friedrich Gauss reportedly kept his findings private for years, writing that he feared the response if he published. Meanwhile, sea slugs had been doing it for over 400 million years. The hyperbolic geometry of their frilled surfaces maximizes surface area within a limited volume, making nutrient absorption more efficient. The animal doesn't calculate this. It simply grows according to biological instructions that happen to produce a structure mathematicians classified as non-Euclidean long after the fact. Research presented in 2019 found that the same hyperbolic geometry also governs how certain sea slugs and marine worms move, with the frilled, non-smooth surface geometry enabling propulsion in ways that require very little energy. The findings have since been applied to soft robotics research using sea slug movement as a template for flexible, energy-efficient machines. Homo aquaticus. So onto the final entry. Homo aquaticus is a speculative concept proposed by Jacques Cousteau in 1962, in which he suggested that humans might eventually be surgically or biologically modified to breathe underwater, effectively creating a new branch of humanity adapted for permanent ocean habitation. Cousteau framed it not as science fiction, but as a logical extension of human adaptability, pointing to the aquatic ape hypothesis and the already documented physiological adaptations found in diving cultures as evidence that the body had retained some latent capacity for aquatic life. The aquatic ape hypothesis, proposed by marine biologist Alistair Hardy in 1960, suggested that a significant period of human evolutionary history was spent in or around shallow coastal or lakeside environments, accounting for features like our relative hairlessness, subcutaneous fat distribution, and the diving reflex, a measurable physiological response in which heart rate slows and blood is redirected to vital organs when the face is submerged in cold water. The hypothesis has never gained mainstream acceptance in paleoanthropology, with most researchers attributing the cited features to other selective pressures. The diving reflex in particular is present in most mammals and is not considered evidence of aquatic ancestry. What keeps the concept circulating is the Bajau people of Southeast Asia, whose centuries of free diving have produced measurable genetic changes, including significantly enlarged spleens that release extra oxygenated red blood cells on a dive, the closest documented example of human population level aquatic adaptation currently on record. So that ends the video. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and let me know what you thought of it in the comments, and I'll see you all in the next one.